Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 22nd City of Port Colborne Council meeting. I'll call this meeting to order. At this time, I'll call on our Deputy Clerk for the National Anthem. Great. Thank you to staff for a little bit of a touch-up, and we have a couple more of those coming. Little changes to our O Canada each week. I'll now do our land acknowledgement. Niagara region is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Haudenosaunee, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The City of Port Colborne stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. There are no proclamations this evening, Council. At this time, if I can call on Councillor Beauregard and Bagu to move the agenda. Are there any questions or changes on the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried. I do not have any conflicts of interest, but just to be sure, are there any conflicts of interest this evening? Seeing none, we're fine there. I have one set of minutes, the regular meeting of Council, February the 8th of 2022. If I can have Councillors Kalaleff and Bruno move those minutes. Are there any questions? Seeing none, raise your hand. All in favor? That's carried. At this time, councillors, we have items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.8, 9.1, 9.2, and 9.5 as pulled. And on those 8.8, I've asked for that to be pulled, so I will call on two councillors to move that. And on item 9.5, again, I asked for that to be pulled. I'll ask for two councillors to move that as well. Are there any other items that council wishes to pull? Seeing none, if I can have councillors Desmarais and Wells move the remaining items. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried. Council, we have two presentations this evening. Under item 10.1, the Niagara Regional Police Service, which is the City of Port Colborne Municipal presentation, we have, I'll let Madam Clerk bring in our guests from the NRP. All set. Okay, thank you, Madam or Deputy Clerk. So, members of council, members of the public, this evening we have our Niagara Regional Police Chief, Brian McCullough, Deputy Chief Brett Flynn. We have Officer Marco Giannico, Patrick McCauley, our local, who I call the Chief of Police, but he's our local Staff Sergeant, Ram DeGidio, and we have Stephanie Sabrin with our communications department at the Niagara Regional Police Service. So this time I'll turn it over to Chief McCullough, and he can go from there. Brian, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Steele, and thank you, Port Colborne Council, for the opportunity to join you this evening to really be able to share some insights into the Niagara Regional Police Service. I'll keep my opening comments brief before turning the presentation over to the District Commander for Port Colborne, Staff Sergeant Rome DeGidio, as I'm sure you're all familiar with. When we look at serving our community as a command team, we have really three overarching guiding principles, and that's assisting victims of crime, member wellness, and community engagement. As we see the continued lifting of COVID-19 restrictions, we're very much looking forward to being able to resume with community events and connecting with members of the community that our members are so incredibly proud to serve and protect. With me, as you mentioned, I'm joined by Deputy Chief of Operations, Brett Flynn, Superintendent Marco Gianico, and Inspector Pat McCauley. I often say that the district commander who oversees the division is like the local chief of police, and they really should be the first point of contact when dealing with a local issue. Having said that, I'll turn it over now to Staff Sergeant DeGidio for his presentation, but we'll certainly be available following that should there be any further questions. So without any further ado, Rome, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, folks, for having me tonight. Hopefully this works. I see that the presentation is there. If we can just go to the next slide, please. So our mission statement, this is what we're all about. Niagara Regional Police Service is dedicated to serving and protecting residents and visitors within the region of Niagara. In partnership with the community, we shall provide quality policing services with integrity, diligence, and sensitivity. Next slide, please. As you're aware, Chief McCullough is at the head of the structure. We have Deputy Flynn, who's in charge of basically the operational side. And we have Deputy Forty, who's in charge of the support side. Next slide, please. So this is the org chart. When you look at it, it gives us a basic structure of what our police service, how we're organized. So a common question is, as you can see, the chief is there at the center with the two deputies on both sides. One is the operational side, one is the support side. A very common question is, who does the chief report to? Well, quite clearly, he reports to the Police Services Board. Who do they report to? Well, those are the residents of Niagara. Next slide, please. Another common question that I get is this. As you can see, 774 members are uniformed members, but here's the side that you don't see. 326 members of basically the civilian side, highly trained, skilled people. They're mechanics, they're people from finance, HR, technological people. The people that you don't see are comms. You should be aware of that and how they support the uniform side. Next slide. This slide is extremely important. I want to take just a moment here. So basically, the face of the police that we see here in Port Colborne is uniform patrol. It's the officer as she's going down the road in a police cruiser. What you don't see is these various units that are throughout the service. So we usually talk about modern policing as the age of the specialists. When you look down this list, take a look at some of the specialists I see on this list. Canine, marine, homicide, forensics, polygraph. This is really modern policing, is all these specialists coming in. So as an example here in Port Colborne, sometimes a question comes up, well, when do we ever see some of these units? I'll give you one basic example. So a simple missing person, okay, let's just say a missing person happens along a bush, maybe water may be involved. Here are some of the specialists from this page that you may see. You may see the Marine unit activated coming to the scene. You may see a canine officer activated coming to the scene. Perhaps it gets to the level we need someone from tactical, a search manager comes to the scene. Maybe a group from tactical will come and conduct a search. Perhaps it gets to the level where this person may or may not have a phone. Perhaps somebody from tech crime is involved to help us. Perhaps a media officer comes to the scene. As you can see, one simple call, okay, will bring in all these specialists. So sometimes the residents ask me, what about these other people? And I just want to make sure that you're aware of these highly specialized people that are throughout the service that we have access to here in Port Colborne. Next slide, please. Again, when you look here, corporate services, technology, operational support. I just want to take a moment because many times when you make a call, the call that you make to is to the communications unit. You see them there. This unit is one of the most important units that you never see. Okay, it's the first contact with the police service. Highly trained individuals are there. I just want to mention one more thing. A future of the police is listed on this page. RTOC, so Real-Time Operational Center. We're very proud of this. It's really the cutting edge, the leading edge. And I'll give you an example of what this unit would do. For example, they have access to cameras throughout the region, and in real time, they're able to see incidents as they occur. As an example, this unit was able to see people in crisis, for us to respond in real time and to assist people and literally save their lives. Next slide, please. So this is a general trend, folks, and you can see that general dip in 2020 in calls. From 2017, if you look and extrapolate out, there is a general trend of more calls. So that dip in 2020, we believe, is because of the pandemic. And then you can see a sharp rise in 2021. Basically, the opening up of everything caused a large increase in calls. Next slide, please. As you can see, Port Colborne mirrors exactly what happens in the region. Okay, so our calls for service rose by 23% here in Port Colborne over that time frame, mirroring exactly what's happening in the region. Our calls for mental health and suicide calls went up 82%. Again, that mirrors exactly what's happening in the region. And our crime analyst was nice enough to make that other stat of property-related calls of rising 63%. And again, thankfully, the crime analyst gave me a little more knowledge. So when you look at this stat, it's be cognizant of the following. They're broken down into three. That last one, theft from vehicle, she was nice enough to explain, stats and anomaly, meaning if you can imagine someone walking down the street, one person breaking into or taking things from 20 cars, that alone may skew the call, and that's what happened here. So that rise of 63% was really an anomaly. It was a few people doing a couple incidents, but that incident generated 40 incidents, meaning if somebody comes in and enters your car and there's 20 on the street, that really is 20 incidents. Next slide, please. I thought it would be important just to highlight some of the things that are happening specific here in Port Colborne. So when you look at this, the very first thing that we're very proud of is our social media site, our Twitter account. So that site basically has rose something along 200 followers in the last year. And I know that city staff has really supported this site. And I just want to mention how important this is for the residents and why it's there. So this is basically a very important engagement tool that we use. It basically documents our action. So I'll give you an example. I get calls all the time of concerns throughout the community. As an example, perhaps there's speeding on Elm Street. How do we use this site? Well, the officer goes there for enforcement and action, and then it's reinforced on our site because the officer will take pictures or photos of him being or her being there, taking action. That's placed on our site, which is basically documented proof of our action. So 1 and 2, meaning our proactive community engagement and safety initiatives, go together. So let me just mention how they work together. So every member of 6th District, there's 30 of us, including myself and the sergeants, throughout the year, we'll pick an initiative. So whether it's walking the beat, whether it's ATV patrol, it's something the officer wants to do within the community. Well, these 30 initiatives are then shown and reinforced through that site. Meaning if an officer is doing ATV patrol and it's extremely popular, meaning cottage checks just went on, as the officer is doing some of this enforcement or action, it's reinforced through our social media site. I'm also thankful that as you get certain complaints and concerns, for example, the city may get a complaint or a concern about something happening in a certain area. For example, in a park, while the officer will attend, take photos of their action, and it's reinforced through our social media site. I thought I'd end on the highlight. So I'm sure most of you are aware that we have the portal situation table here in Port Colborne. And if you're not, I just want to highlight this. So this is a program that Inspector Healy and Inspector LaPlante before me brought here. It's the only situation table that exists in the region, and we're fortunate enough to have it here in Port Colborne. I think it should be discussed. Basically, the situation table is a multi-agency approach to persons who are at acute risk. So let me give you an example of what would happen. So for example, someone is identified here. We're lucky enough to have Constable McKnight who sits on this table, but let's say it was Constable McKnight. Perhaps there was a person in the community, person may be homeless, maybe suffering from mental health issues and drug substance abuse. Constable McKnight identifies this person. This person is connected with various agencies that sit on this table. And these connections, okay, prevent further calls for the police service. And obviously, the mandate of the situation table is to make safer and healthier communities. Just this year alone, Constable McKnight has had approximately 100 incidents where his proactive approach has reduced calls for service to the police and obviously helped the community. So I thought it was very important that we talked about this. Thank you, folks. Any questions?
Thanks, Ram, and thank you, Chief. Great presentation. So if councillors, if you could use your raised hand option, I'll go through those that want to ask questions. I do have Councillor Bruno with his hand up at this time. Councillor Bruno. Take your mute off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Niagara Regional Police who came forward this year for this presentation. Ram, excellent job. I've had the pleasure of meeting with Ram at a citizen's home in Port Colborne on a police matter, and perhaps I could direct this. It's with regard to the slide presentation. Ram, I don't know if you can, maybe you can without taking us back to the slide, but you mentioned about the anomaly as it worked towards the 67% increase in, I believe it was thefts and break-ins. I'm wondering if you could go back over that, because I guess I want to really bring to light some of these statistics and how they help the police, but selfishly how they can help Port Colborne. So you mentioned anomaly. So I want to tell you what I saw until you said the word anomaly. I saw that calls were up 23% or higher in Port Colborne, and that those involving break and enters, and that is the one I hear a lot about as a councillor from constituents. And so that number seems high to me. And I don't know how it is in relation to other municipalities. So where I'm coming, I've learned over a number of years that, it is very important for residents to report instances and even ask for a incident number so that police can actually have a record and manage it. I know the police in aggregate use that across the region when they go for additional resources. And so, my 10,000 foot look at this is I've got 67% more break-in enters, and I want more resources. And so, I have no idea how that number stacks up with the rest of the region, but I want the good work of citizens who've reported things to help get more resources for Port Colborne. And obviously they're real incidents and they're real hurt upon people that's happened to. And so I'm wondering if you can just briefly touch on my interpretation of that, and if we're reporting enough to the extent that we're above a regional average, to the extent that we can get more resources allocated to Port Colborne. Whether that's a rejigging of current resources or at the next round of the Niagara Regional Police asking for more resources cumulatively. Thank you.
Rob?
Sir, I'm going to make my response basically back to the stats. The resources, I think that's for the chief. So I had a nice sit down with the crime analyst, and I knew it would go here. So I want to talk very briefly about the stats and how stats work. So you're absolutely correct. More people are reporting, which is good, which means that the number will rise. We have to understand that. We want people to report, so the number of calls is going to rise, and that's exactly what happened. Now I want to talk about that one thing about the rise. There was 3 things listed there. It is not in the break and enters. It was specific to thefts from vehicles. The crime analyst and I actually sat down, and she was nice enough to actually show that the stats from 2017 to now, basically they're rising and they're consistent with what's happening in the region. The anomaly was specific from thefts from vehicles, which is, without getting you the details, one incident, right, would actually be maybe 10 or 20 if that person went into 20 vehicles. Does that help?
Yes, very much so. So at the end of the day, on the other numbers, the rise in crime, are you saying, or the rise in calls, I beg your pardon, we're consistent with rises in other municipalities? And if I could, and this may be difficult with the numbers you have, Ron, but percentages often depend on whether they're high, depending on what the base number is. So, it's like 23% rise on 100 from the year before. It's a little different than if it was 1,000 baseline.
Sir, you're helping me out. We had the same discussion with the crime analyst, and she cautioned me because our calls were actually low relative to the other municipalities. But as you said, as an example, if we have 2 calls one year, 3 calls the next, that percentage change is very high. And that's exactly what happened. So our numbers are low, but the percentage change is high. Okay.
Okay, great. And thank you, Ron. And one last thing, is this the appropriate time to bring forward sort of area concerns from our constituents? I know we do that funneling through to your office on a daily basis, but some of us may have some high points we'd like to ask for some more help on. And I was surprised. Is this the proper time for that?
If Ron wants to take that, or Ron, would you rather the counselor get a hold of you directly?
I think it'd be best to get a hold of me directly, sir.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Gary. Counselor Clayliff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff Ududio. I've had occasion to work with the staff on several different incidents going on in the city, and I have to say he's done a great job. And Chief McCullough, you need to know that he gets out there, and I'm a firm believer in education and trying to make people understand what the police service is about and how to go about contacting them and doing it properly, and why things get answered and don't answer. And I think that we've had a really great, really good kind of awakening of citizens who are finally willing to report. I got tired of hearing there's no use in reporting, nothing gets done. And I think that that mindset has changed. And people are reporting, and people are seeing a difference. And I'm hearing it on the street, and I hear from people. And I know that that has a lot to do with the staff that's here and following through on things and taking the time to educate people and just being out there when it needs to be. So I would like to thank him personally. Like I said, I've dealt with him on several different incidents, and the people that I've had go to him and go through the service, I've heard nothing but good comments back. I've not heard anything negative since we began all of this and since Ron's been with us. So I just want to say thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question and a thank you, like Councillor Clayliff. Thank you all. We're out in Ward 4 here, and we see you out here quite often during the summer and even during the winter time out on the road ends. Aside from that, one of the issues that we have in Ward 4 are the ATVs. Can any one of you or confirm the legalization of the use of ATVs on municipal roads?
Ron?
So, obviously, they are not allowed to be used on municipal roads. Here in Port Colborne, the issue is that Wainfleet has a different set of rules that I'm sure that you're aware of, and since we border them, it causes us issues. So in Port Colborne, not allowed, illegal. In one municipality over, allowed.
Thank you. That gets kind of complicated for you and for us. I mean, they could just jump borders between cities and townships, and it makes it very difficult for you, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Wells. Any further questions, councillors? Okay, seeing none. Chief McCullough, Deputy Flynn, Inspectors Gianocco and Macaulay, and especially Ron, because we work with him so close as a council, with him being here in Port Colborne. We really appreciate you coming out tonight, and as chair of the Police Services Board, I can say that our police force is phenomenal here in Niagara. I think one only needs to look at what happened over the last number of weekends in the Fort Erie area, trying to quell the convoys from blocking the bridges over to the U.S., with the intelligence that was put together and their working ability with the OPP, RCMP, Canada Border Services, the Peace Bridge Authority, and the other bridges that are here, their authorities in Niagara Falls and Niagara Lake. So we have a great force. As Councillor Clayla clearly said, that things have gotten way better, and as we've always said here at Port Colborne City Council, and I'm not the only mayor, Mayor Bodner was there, Mayor Badaway, report the incidents, let our police do their job. They'll do their best to capture the person. I think if you read the paper on a daily basis, our police force has a lot of arrests here in Niagara, and fairly quick arrests in a lot of crimes, whether it's a very large crime like murder, or it's a crime of breaking into somebody's car, or a B&E at a house or a business. They're all taken very seriously. So on behalf of our council, our staff, and our citizens, we really thank you guys. Any last words, Brian?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for the kind words and of all the support. And by all means, if you have any concerns or questions, reach out to Rome. And if I'm positive that Rome will reach out and address any concerns you may have. So thanks so much. Thanks,
and Officer McKnight will not be leaving Port Colborne, we hope. I think I've had that promise maybe, but you never know. But he is an ally to us, as you mentioned, Ram, on the Port All table, and that's a valuable service right here in Port Colborne. And Councillor Desmarais has been involved with that for a while, so probably since I think day one, Councillor Desmarais, which was last term. So we really appreciate that. That is a great service that's provided here, and the NRP being involved. And again, as you said, Ron, with Jay, it has changed a lot of things. Changed a lot of things here in our community. Is there more work to be done? There's always more work to be done, and we look at working hand in hand with everybody. So again, thank you. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks. You as well.
So, councillors, as the deputy clerk brings in our next two guests, is item 10.2. There's David and there's Eric. Okay, so we have David Hayworth, the official plan policy consultant, and Eric Atch, manager of community planning Niagara Region, regarding the Niagara Regional official plan update. And David, you or Eric are taking the lead on this.
Good evening, Mayor. I'll take the lead, and
Perfect.
Eric's here in support to assist with answering any questions. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, thank you, and welcome to Port Colborne. And
Great.
go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am pleased to speak to you about the consolidated draft Niagara official plan for review and comment. This is an important milestone in the development of the official plan, as it represents the first occasion where there is a complete consolidation of the policy document to be reviewed in its entirety to see how the pieces fit together. Next slide. There are key interest areas for the Niagara official plan in managing growth, namely our natural environment system, improving our mapping and policies, and we'll be speaking about that. Our response to climate change, prioritizing climate change throughout the plan to achieve sustainable and resilient communities. Our housing mix, we need to increase our supply of housing of all types, but particularly more medium and high density pertaining to the region as a whole. We want to improve our economic competitiveness, identify areas that are protected for the long term for investment and employment uses, and improve our planning framework. We want clear policies. We plan in a two-tier planning system. So we want a clear process and clear policies for easier administration between the region and our local municipal partners. Next slide. So it is important for the region to provide a consistent set of growth numbers for transportation, water, wastewater planning, and development charges in the planning for growth to ensure people can travel to and from work efficiently, servicing can accommodate growth, and growth can pay for growth. Next slide. In its simplest sense, the Niagara official plan establishes policy to identify what we will need to protect, how and where we grow, and the policy systems or tools to help achieve this. Next slide. So there's various resources that we have to plan for protection. Agricultural land base is one, and of course the natural environment system is another one. And you've probably seen a lot of discussion. It's been in the press, it's been before a regional planning committee and council about natural environment system options. And the regional council chose the option that provided the greatest protection for our natural environment system. And you can see some of those key elements on the right side margin of the slide in terms of different things we're looking at protect. So there's protection for these features in the urban area. There's protection outside of the urban area. There's the Greenbelt Plan, there's the Natural Heritage System, and then there, of course, there's identified features throughout the region outside of the urban area as well and outside of those systems. Next slide. So there's significant growth coming to Niagara over the next 30 years. We will grow by approximately 200,000 people and 85,000 jobs compared to 2021. Next slide. So this table is from our official plan in terms of our growing region section, and then identifies the populations that are forecasted to 2051 for the individual municipalities. That's on your left-hand side, and you can see Port Colborne about in the middle of the chart. And you can also see on the right-hand side the intensification targets for development that occurs within the built-up areas within the urban areas, right? So within urban areas, there's often an existing built-up area, and then between that and the urban boundary is often greenfield land, right? So within those built-up areas, these are the intensification rates over on the right-hand side. You can see Port Colborne's at 30%. That is higher than what's in the existing official plan, which is 15, which is easily exceeded. And we had a lot of discussions with area planners individually, each municipality, we had workshops with the council and helping to establish these targets and forecasts. Next slide. So growth is being strategically directed from a regional perspective to specific areas over the long term. You know, you can see in gray, we have an urban area. In the blue are employment areas. In the red, you know, is an urban growth center. That's downtown St. Catharines. That's provincially identified. And then we have district plan areas. That's the areas around Brock and the Glendale area, where Niagara College is and White Oaks and the mall. Then we have major transit station areas. So that's Grimsby, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and a future one in Lincoln. And there's been secondary planning that's taken place in those areas. And then we have regional growth centers, which are downtown Welland and downtown Niagara Falls. And these are areas where we're trying to strategically direct a lot of growth because, of course, there's the GO station areas, et cetera. There's major transit, there's infrastructure there to kind of support that growth. And probably about 30% of all the growth is going to be going into those areas. Next slide. So this basically, in terms of looking at settlement areas, staff have worked with local municipalities in identifying employment areas for protection and accommodating jobs as we grow to maintain our economic competitiveness. There are policies to assist with addressing affordable housing issues with respect to the broader corporate intensification targets and housing supply. That's all been factored in. And in terms of looking at our land needs, there's individual, we looked at land needs, and there's communities that when you factor in the intensification rates, et cetera, greenfield density targets, take out the natural heritage lands, net that out, there's communities that need more land despite their intensification targets. And the settlement area boundary expansions, you've probably heard about SABRE, that has focused on those municipalities that have those community needs. So Port Colborne, in terms of looking at the land needs, has sufficient land to, more than sufficient land to accommodate growth to 2051 based on the developable land in the urban boundary as it currently stands. Next slide. So there are several policy systems or tools, as I would call them, to help with accommodating growth and locating intensification in the best manner while developing complete communities and protecting important resources. And those are district and secondary plans, and I think I mentioned examples of the Brock District Plan and Glendale District Plan and the secondary plans around the GO transit station areas. And the secondary plans are a local amendment to the local official plans. We work in consultation with those local municipalities. And they, in a sense, establish a blueprint for how that area of the community can grow and develop over the next 30 years. And often there's a lot of built-in local consultation in the development of those plans. Urban design is another important element. There's policies and guidelines that outline the scale, material standards used for a community's built form, streetscape, and public realm. And it's very important in helping with the integration of intensification in a compatible and acceptable manner and an attractive manner within the communities over the long term. Of course, infrastructure policies in terms of servicing and transportation are important in the long term to consider as we grow and develop. And again, coordinating that infrastructure with growth and ensuring everything is aligned to accommodate growth is important. Next slide. So for climate change, there's a whole section on climate change within the official plan, but there's policies certainly related to climate change integrated throughout all the other different sections of the official plan. And the plan identifies future work to be done, such as a greening strategy, climate modeling, and adaptation strategy. That's work that will continue on beyond the adoption of the official plan, and it often goes outside of the parameters of what the official plan just addresses in terms of land use policies. Next slide. The Niagara official plan, as I mentioned, has an integrated land use planning response to addressing climate change. There's policies related to strategic growth, intensification targets, planning for complete communities, natural heritage protection, efficient transportation and transit, infrastructure sustainability, and key approaches to addressing climate change. These are the key approaches to addressing climate change. Next slide. So as we plan to accommodate growth over the next 30 years, the policy direction in the official plan aspires to provide for affordable housing opportunities, climate change adaptation mitigation, efficient use of infrastructure, investment in public amenities, protection of our natural and rural systems, and support for economic development. Next slide. So this is the timeline for the official plan. The draft consolidated official plan was released at the end of the year of 2021, and we're taking comments on that till March 4th. We have a report going to Planning and Economic Development Committee on March 9th, strictly related to SABRE and the settlement area boundary expansions. But we'll be reviewing all the consultation we have, and we'll be revising the official plan for a more formal release and more formal legislated consultation under the Planning Act that'll happen later in the spring towards the end of April. And our goal is, of course, to get this adopted by Regional Council and sent to the province prior to the July 2022 deadline. Next slide. So in terms of upcoming consultation, as I mentioned, we actually have a public information session on February 24th, Thursday. And that is on the official plan in general. We've held ones at the end of January on settlement area boundary expansions. We held one on February 10th on the natural environment system, as those were the most, I would say, areas of interest to the public in general. And we also had one on February 17th for landowners that have newly mapped natural heritage features in the urban boundary. Next slide. So in moving forward, engaging with our municipal partners is critical. We like to hear from the local councils. We're constantly in consultation with area planners. There's no appeals to the minister's decision on the official plan. So obviously anybody could, once we adopt it and send it to the province, anybody could write into the province and raise concerns. But whatever the provincial decision is, they're the approval authority for the plan ultimately. There is no appeal for that. Once the province approves the plan, the local municipalities then bring their official plans into conformity with the regional plan and provincial policy, but they also have the opportunity to address local planning issues, of course, and then they update their zoning bylaws. We will continue to create more streamlined and improved processes for development. That's an ongoing discussion we're constantly having with our local planning partners. And a monitoring program will be put in place to track the official plan's targets and objectives. And I will say this, the official plan, once it's approved, it's not a static document. It is a plan that can be updated, and we can monitor and review and determine, ultimately, legislatively, the next comprehensive review after approval of this plan is 10 years. I believe it could be sooner if we felt it was necessary, and we're going to monitor growth and development, et cetera, and see how policies are performing. So it's not a static document that is frozen in time and can never be updated. I think that's important to mention. So that concludes the presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, David. So I see two councillors have raised their hands, three now. I'll go to Councillor Beauregard.
Through your worship to Mr. Hayward, thank you for the presentation. One question for you. So you lightly touched upon it. For residents who own properties within the built-up area of Port Colborne and have a newly natural heritage natural heritage on their property, are they able to develop their land with that natural heritage feature being on it?
David?
Well, I'm gonna say a few words. I'm gonna turn it over to Eric, but that depends on the feature, right? Generally speaking, though, some features are protected outright for no development, and some features are no negative impact, and there has to be an environmental impact study done to assess what could be done around the site and maybe a little bit into the site, but the key aspect is no negative impact. So it really depends on the feature, where it's situated, its size. There's also kinds of different characteristics of that feature itself. I don't know, Eric, if there's anything you want to add.
Thank you, Dave, and through the mayor, just to add on to that a little bit. The only other piece I would suggest is that it's really going to depend on how much of the property has a feature on it, and again, what my colleague Dave mentioned, what that feature is specifically. So if it's on a portion of a site, no, that's not likely to cause concern or cause someone not to be able to develop their property. But if we're talking about a feature that doesn't allow impact to occur, and that's covering the entirety of a site, then there may be a little bit more work for that property owner to go through for investigating development options.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you. Just a follow up on that. So which features are not allowed to have any development on them?
Eric?
Through the mayor, again, it's going to depend on the features, but I mean, a significant wetland, like a provincially significant wetland, that cannot be developed. A significant woodland has restraints and considerations that must be met. And then as we go down, start working through the list of feature types, typically we are looking for a study to support development that occurs within or against other feature types. So those non-provincially significant wetlands and the non-significant woodland type features.
Councillor?
Okay, and these policies have changed since the current OP came into place, right?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. They've changed at a provincial level with respect to what is permitted by the province for development, and then they've changed based on the natural environment system option that regional council selected for the new official plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if through the mayor, if I can add to what Eric's saying, it's provincial policy requires us to identify and put policies in for the protection of these features and systems. So we are trying to comply with provincial policy, and in some cases we go a bit beyond provincial policy, but that's an option that was selected by council.
Thanks, David. So Eric and David, just kind of touching on Councillor Beauregard's question, when you're speaking of provincially significant woodlots and wetlands, in Port Colborne, the majority of those have already been or have previously been identified. With this new official plan, are there any new provincially significant woodlots or wetlands that are going to be added, or is that already there, that's been set up by the province?
Through the mayor, we are not identifying features at a provincially significant level. However, we are identifying features that were not previously mapped in the 2014 official plan. So there's some changes with respect to what the region is mapping. However, when it comes to the provincial mapping piece, that's sort of a fluid mapping data set that's owned by the province and is continually updated, continually refined. So it's not something that changes as a result of our official plan work. It changes as a result of other work that the Ministry of Natural Resources, the new Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry does.
Yeah. So in reality, I think for most people watching this evening from home, and what does concern a number of our residents here, it's really the regionally, I guess I could use the word significant, or the woodlots that are looked at by the region that could be changing within our municipality. And obviously we've seen that with a number of letters that the residents have received here in Port Colborne. But can you touch on that? Because the levels of how far you can develop or how close you can develop from certain features is quite different, whether it's provincial or under the regional auspices. So can you kind of give us a little update on that?
Yeah, certainly, and thank you for the opportunity. I think what's important to capture is that we did reach out to the landowners impacted by this, and it's approximately 180 residents in Port Colborne. I can't say whether those are all properties in Port Colborne, but there's 180 landowners in Port Colborne that own land in Niagara with a new natural heritage feature on it. And sort of getting into that and understanding that how the regional system was mapped, we used a data set that we created in-house ourselves. We retained a consultant, we developed a project, an ecological land classification project. This is a significant update, and it's a significant improvement in accuracy. The data that is in use right now in the 2014 plan that maps natural environment features, much of that data is more than 20 years old. So there's a great deal of inaccuracy with respect to where it says there is a woodland or where it says there is a wetland, when in reality that's where those features were 20 years ago. But the natural environment is constantly changing. There's been development that's occurred in that 20 years. There's been new growth that has happened within those years. And so what we've done with this draft mapping that's out right now is try to reflect those changes as accurately as possible. And again, the mapping is a snapshot in time when the ecological land classification project was done. It was done in 2020. What we've got on the website, the regional official plan website, is a draft mapping tool, which allows users to interact with it and leave comments on it. So you can go, there's street labels on there, there's assessment layers on there, you can find your property. If there's a feature on your property, you can click on that. You can leave us a comment letting us know if you think it is accurate, if it's inaccurate, if you support it, if you object to it. Anything that people are willing to share with us, we are looking forward to receiving. And again, that goes with that March 4th date that Mr. Hayworth provided in his presentation. We're hoping to get as many of these comments collected by March 4th as possible. And then we're going to start the process of refining that mapping based on the feedback that we get from people.
Thanks, Eric. And I know some councillors have already been contacted. So I really want to stress to the public that if you've received a letter, to get in touch with the region with regards to this and get all your concerns, questions into them as soon as possible. And I know members of council will direct the residents to do just that. So I just wanted to expand on a couple of questions that Councillor Beauregard brought up, because I think it was important that everybody realizes what's actually happening here. So, Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. I'm glad you did that. It sort of refined some of the questions that I'll have, and they don't have to be repetitive. I'd first off like to thank Councillor Butters for having you gentlemen come out, and we talked about it last weekend, and I appreciate your quick reaction to making time for us tonight. And Dave and Eric, good to have you here. I've received some calls and brought this up at the last meeting, and hence, we're kind of at a tight deadline here now, but I'll begin with just giving you a flavor for what I've heard from residents. So just on the 180 letters, perhaps you can speak to this. So this started with a phone call to me of someone on Barrack Road who received a letter and was concerned about it, didn't really understand it, talked to a friend on one road over and got me involved. Subsequent to that, the gentleman who got the letter was concerned and talked to, I'm not sure who, at the region, and it came to light that he received that error, or that letter in error, in that there wasn't anything on his land, any change. But the two neighbors, and this is them using the tool that you've provided, the two neighbors near him, again on Barrack, did not receive letters, and they believe the tool points to there has been a change in their property. And finally, the fellow who contacted me originally, he's having his lands double checked, but he lives off of Minor, but his land extends back into that Barrack Road triangle. And he believes he is impacted, having used the tool, and he never received a letter. So I only have comments from 2 people about 4 people. And those seem to be inaccurate in terms of what they've been able to find out, or they've been able to discern themselves using the tool. So what would you suggest for those people who believe they have that and didn't get a letter? Are they to follow through directly or follow through with the comment to your email? But it does strike me as concerning that in that small size sample, again, not able to verify this by you guys checking it, but it just seemed quite significant in such a small sample.
Eric?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for raising that. And what I would encourage any residents with inquiries to do is to reach out through our official plan project page. There's a contact email that goes into a general email box that it's the same email address provided in the letter that went out to residents, and we are responding to those. We've responded to let's say over about 100 emails now with residents in Niagara looking for clarification on what the letter means, what features might be on their property, and what those designations mean. So if you've got people that want to know more, want to understand the impacts, having them email us or email us and leave us a phone number where we can reach them, basically any way to get in contact with them. We're typically able to respond to them within 1 to 3 days.
Councillor?
Thank you. I guess, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm concerned that we're at the end of the road of these deadlines with March 4th looming. And based on that small sample, I mean, if I find out that, you don't know what you don't know, in the sense of there could be 5 other neighbors that didn't get a letter and they have an impact. And I'm just wondering if, as the result of maybe looking at these 3 or 4, you could at least assess the time frame for these Port Colborne residents, because I find it disheartening that with the benefit of the updated mapping, and again, I say notwithstanding the accuracy of what I've been told, but with the benefit of that more precise mapping, it's very concerning to me that this could happen, and I just can't fathom that, why this time frame is this tight. Now that may be us in Port Colborne not understanding this in terms of this refined mapping. But you can imagine from an individual point of view that someone's paid the biggest investment in their life for their land, and they're now faced with getting a form letter and an email address in a town hall meeting that's across the region to try and get their head around whether land out from under them that they had either planned for retirement or potentially planned to marry up with some others and develop that land are now left with some kind of a week to 2 weeks that whole plan, that whole belief they had when they bought their property, the drawings that they got have been updated, and they're up against the gun in time. I just can't understand how this could happen. And I'm interested in finding out on these 4 individuals, if all of them were correct, then I have a small sample that 100% of what was sent out is wrong. And that's very concerning to me and a lot of people who, this is the biggest investment of their life, particularly the extra land that they had. And it borders on land, in this case, particularly in the urban service area, which have some value. And given the growth of Niagara and that whole area and what we're experiencing can be, pretty dramatic to their dollars and cents. So I'm not going to belabor that anymore because I would like to get through these questions. But so the first one I have, sorry, unless you had a comment, I'll go with my questions. Would you know if any of the provincially significant wetlands on the mapping in Port Colborne have been renamed regional significant wetlands? To either of you.
David or Eric?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the change in provincially significant wetlands is not something that we at the regional level are able to undertake. So those provincially significant wetlands, that mapping is provided to us by the province, and that is that's the mapping. That's the way it is. We've got on our mapping tool, we have a number of layers that are shown. Provincially significant wetlands is one of those layers that is shown for people to see, but they are not available for comment because they're not something that we're able to edit, modify, change, or have any input on.
Okay, so if it says regionally significant, that's a clear indication it's one of the updates. Eric?
Correct. If it's noted as an other wetland, that is something that we have identified through this official plan exercise.
Okay. The other question I have is, when I've looked at that the drawing and the tool and the small new, I'll call them little islands or pods of changes that have been picked up by the updated mapping, my concern is that those areas may or may not, you've mentioned about the studies that can be done to mitigate that, but they may or may not be just that. So they're the area that might be indicated by your updated mapping. Then they're the area that you have to buffer. And then potentially, depending on the landowner's property size, those two things may, what I will call, zero out the balance of his land, because at that point, it may not be big enough to do any kind of development and planning. So I'm concerned that it's mission creep on sterilizing a pocket of land that becomes then undevelopable. And I don't know if there's either any tax relief on that, and that might not be your gentleman's area of expertise, but none of these things are done in isolation. And I'm going to circle back to that on my last question. But given the potential for the new designated areas, the buffer zone, just on that, are you able technically to aggregate all that land to tell us, in the case of urban service area, how much urban service land we've lost?
Eric?
Through the mayor to councillor. There's a lot in that sort of comment question. I guess to the last piece, quite simply, the answer is no. We're not necessarily able to aggregate that. We could tell you how much the features take up, but with respect to buffers, buffers are typically established through an environmental study at the time of development. So there's not, a buffer in one circumstance, in one property where there's one feature type may be very different than the same feature on a different property. So that's something that is site specific and development specific. But I suppose it would be possible to put together a sum of the feature types and the coverage, but that's not necessarily a total of land that is undevelopable. That is a total of land that requires a supporting study for further development.
I agree with that, but I think it would be, if you balance that out of not including the buffer and not the potential sterilization, at the minimum, that is at least a starting point to know what, I'll say Port Colborne in general has lost in developable lands, and times 170 properties, that may be insignificant or it may be relatively significant. And I'm just wondering, because I think your comment is quite fair, that every angle of those lands, the buffering may be different. And I agree with you that mitigation may change that. But if you're able to do that, I think it would be great for us to at least get that number. And if nothing else, park it for now, perhaps for future use. So if you could do that, be much appreciated if you could get back to it.
Through the mayor to councillor, would that be something that would be appropriate to provide in an email to your clerk?
Perfect. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, too. We're just trying to look through my notes here of the other one that I had. So the OP deadline at the provincial end is set in stone. In other words, that goal on the provincial date is not movable, correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. So we're supposed to get the adopted official plan to the province for that.
Okay. If these 170 letters, some folks need, and I'm concerned also because obviously we all know COVID has changed the world, but from a practical point of view, perhaps not for all of them, but perhaps many of, I think people would like to know that they could talk to a voice at the other end, at the region, to walk them through some of the helpful tips that you've said today, that if they're not watching or doesn't make the press, haven't heard. Is there an opportunity for people to talk to Dave or an associate at the region if they have site-specific concerns. I mean, I granted we want them to use the email, but in some where they have a major issue or real misunderstanding of the process, are you folks or anyone in your office available to them?
David or Eric?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, we're always available. I mean, Eric or myself, and if it's environmentally related, Eric's team will likely weigh in and talk to the people. Eric, I don't know, you can mention, I think you mentioned we've already talked to quite a few residents who received letters and wanted clarification, and we would continue on with that process, I would imagine.
Thank you. And I guess finally, so draft plan approvals that have been given, the updated mapping, does it apply to them?
David or Eric?
Through the mayor to the councillor, and Eric can weigh in, we do have transitional policies. They're quite detailed. I would think, if they're a fairly recent draft plans of subdivision that had some environmental impact study, there's transitional policies to try and take some of those matters into account through the planning process as we move forward.
Thank you, Dave. I mean, I'm concerned that because of lack of growth, we've had many draft plans that have been sitting on a shelf that now have found new energy with the development community, the way things are going in Niagara. But some of them have been working through the process of their conditions, and whether they're either up for a renewal, but they've shown movement and want an extension, is this going to set them back?
David?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I wouldn't want to give a blanket statement on that. I would say we would be willing to discuss each one, and they can contact us to determine how the new OP would affect them. But like I said, we do have transitional policies, but that can be sometimes a little complex. I mean, how old is the plan of subdivision? Did they have an environmental impact study when it was done, et cetera? So, I wouldn't want to give a blanket statement other than they probably should contact us, but we've tried to put in transitional policies to provide an avenue for consideration of those types of factors generically.
Thank you, Dave. I know one through his consultant has, but I know there might be a couple other on the shelf.
And through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, if I can just add on to Dave's comments, where we have developers or applicants, or we've got a draft plan of subdivision or condominium in place, and they have an approved environmental impact statement or an environmental impact assessment on record, we're encouraging those folks to connect with us, reach out with us, and reach out to us and share those environmental studies so that we can refine the mapping based on the site-specific work that was done in the field to support that development. So if you've got recent studies, we've likely already been in touch with landowners and developers on some of the very recent files, but if there's others, please let us know, and we'll work with the city's planning staff as well as the landowner developer to sort of see what the solution is or see what the steps are going forward for that development.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, to Eric. Eric, you mentioned about how over 20 years natural features can change, but the assumption is that what's picked up has caused an expansion in areas. Is it also true that it could have caused a retraction? I'm thinking wetlands.
Through the mayor, with respect to features changing over 20 years, yes, it could go either way. You could have land that had a feature on it that was cleared for agricultural purposes. there's any number of circumstances. With respect to wetlands, and if that's, if you're again, we're talking about provincially significant wetlands, that's not mapping that we're able to change, even if there's a suspicion that a provincially significant wetland that was mapped is no longer that really is something that the landowner needs to take up with the province to have that change made. If it's a disagreement with how the other wetland mapping classification for this draft official plan has been reflected, that's really where we're looking for folks to connect with us, either through the commenting tool that we've got or through an email letting us know where the site is and what their thoughts are on it.
So just if I could, from your last comment, so this is not for the poor landowner, this is not necessarily a one-window approach. He's, while you pick up on some of the policies that the province has, if there's mitigation or concern about the provincially significant wetlands or woodlots, the individual has to go through the province. It's not a flow through the region. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if there is a concern about a provincially significant wetland,
yes,
that is Ministry of Natural Resources, then yes, the landowner developer needs to reach out to that ministry and undertake the steps to refine that.
I guess the final question for me is, if the aggregate of these lands or because there may be small parcels that a developer may have wanted to buy, if they individually drop off as now not developable or too expensive to develop, because in the real world, what's happening is development's got to get bigger in size with all the studies, fees, permitting, etc. So, if you have a bunch of small areas that all get smaller, even aggregating them by a developer may still not be worthwhile. So where I was going with that aggregation is that down the road, if that aggregation or the other changes, the buffering, sterilization happens, can municipalities use that to expand their urban boundary with the net effect of still not causing the region with its division of land across all cities having to be changed? In other words, you don't have to borrow from a Fort Erie land or St. Catharines land to keep the total the same. If there is a case for that, in the fullness of time on this, can that be petitioned for an expansion of the urban boundary in a different direction to make up for the land loss?
David?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So we tried to align our growth management planning, and I think we did align our growth management planning with our natural environment system development. And even when council was deciding on option 3B or 3C, we were factoring those options into the land needs assessment. So the land needs assessment to determine how much land the communities need already factored in the natural environment system mapping, okay? And it netted it out. So no, so like Port Colborne, that's already been taken into consideration, and Port Colborne has more than sufficient lands outside of those areas to accommodate growth to 2051.
Okay, I was going to start with, but this may not be able to do this. But during your slide presentation, you showed a population chart and forecast. I wasn't sure if those numbers were the 30-year outreach to 2051 or not. You can bring it back up, or if you can comment on it.
Through the mayor through the mayor to the councillor, those were like the population forecast for Port Colborne at 2051, generally speaking. So, and then the intensification rate, as I mentioned, which isn't overly high, higher than what's existing, but Port Colborne's has no trouble exceeding what the existing official plan target. That was all factored in. That's been around for a while in terms of consultation, et cetera. So we tried to provide avenues to comment on that. But that's all factored into the land needs. And, you know, some municipalities have already quite a bit of greenfield lands within their urban areas, more than other communities and municipalities. And Port Colborne is one of those municipalities that has quite a bit.
So given the long approach to 30 years from now, I think it's fair to say that many of those numbers that I looked at don't quite meet what I would think, and particularly ours, maybe even a 10-year threshold. And so as those numbers change, as the amendments every 10 years the relook, if those growth numbers get to the projection, is that a reason a municipality can petition for some changes?
David?
Through the mayor to the councillor, as I mentioned, we're going to be monitoring growth once the plan's approved. We're going to monitor growth and development, et cetera, and see how it's comparing to our projections. And when we do the next municipal comprehensive review, we can, of course, take a look at what the information is showing. And if it's showing there needs to be some alterations to the growth management strategy, so to speak, and reflect that in an updated MCR down the road, we can address that at that time. Right now, everything's not pointing towards that, but we can monitor that. We also have policies that allow for adjustments, and that's outside of an MCR or municipal comprehensive review when the plan's approved. But that's very, very difficult. So adjustments are, you know, you want to change your urban boundary and expand it here, you have to remove some land in your urban boundary somewhere else, and that's not an easy road for anybody to go down regionally or locally. So when we did the MCR, we didn't really look at that option because it's so difficult. What we looked at as what communities based on the land needs need more land. When you factor everything in, and those municipalities of Niagara Falls and West Lincoln and Fort Erie needed some more urban land, a little bit in Pelham, a small area. It's kind of a little hole in the donut. Those areas needed more community land or employment land, and that was all taken into account. So I would say that there's avenues down the road if growth happens at a faster rate, and we're tracking that through monitoring, that adjustments can be made, but it would be down the road for sure.
Thank you, Dave, for that last response. That really cleared up a number of things that I've heard from our development community. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Baggio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not used to having talking over an hour. Anyways, a couple questions. I appreciate the mapping. You may have answered my question, the last one from Councillor Bruno, but why don't I see the word agricultural on that legend map and any of the legend maps that you showed us? Basically, all you talk about is urban boundaries, expansion, you know, employment lands, but there's no word agricultural.
David?
I'm just flipping back through my slides. I will say we have an agricultural section in the official plan. It's under competitive region because of its importance, the agricultural economy and its importance to the economy of Niagara. And we have, you know, prime agricultural areas identified, and the greenbelt specialty crop areas and rural areas identified on the mapping. We can't cover everything in the official plan. There's a lot of different policy sections in the time that we have to present. I would encourage you to go to our website and take a look. The agricultural policies are on the website. I don't know, Eric, if there's anything you want to add on the agricultural.
Through the mayor, to the councillor, just to build on what Mr. Hayworth said, Schedule F in the draft official plan shows the region's agricultural land base. So that includes growth plan, prime agricultural lands. So those would be the lands around Port Colborne, as well as the Greenbelt plan area and the Niagara Escarpment plan area. So it's showing you where agricultural designated lands are across the region. And then the draft policy set, as Mr. Hayworth indicated, includes the agricultural policies. In addition, in addition to the mapping. So that is on our official plan project website. The draft schedules are up. And again, these are items that we are looking for comments on. We have had a fair bit of engagement on the agricultural policy development and the mapping with the Federation of Agriculture in Niagara, as well as some of the local commodity groups. And again, if anybody has any further comments on that, we're open to anything we receive, and grateful for any comments and feedback we do get. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor?
Thank you very much for the answer. My last one is, I know the province is the approval authority for all this, when it's all completed and everything else. When I watch the news though, I think it's in Oakville, how the province has gone against the municipality and like approved a subdivision that the municipality or region there already designated as specifically significant. So it's telling me that the province can pretty well do whatever they want. They can change the status of what we decide or the region decides.
David or Eric, comment on that?
Well, overall, when regional council adopts the official plan, it goes to the province. They are the approval authority. As planners, we're required to make recommendations that conform with provincial policy. And actually planning authorities are supposed to make decisions that conform with provincial policy under the Act. That said, if a plan goes and there's issues of conformity, the province can modify those policies or whatever to conform. So it's our approach that it's best to take an approach of trying to conform and trying to do it in a way that recognizes the regional interests, if there's any wiggle room where we can. Instead of sending a plan up with areas that just do not conform, and then the province changes the plan. So our whole approach with the Niagara official plan is a balanced approach. That is, we've tried to take a made in Niagara solution on policies where we can, growth management, how our growth management is being done. Land needs methodology has to follow a provincial methodology base. But where we can, in terms of the methodology, the inputs, et cetera, we try and have a made in Niagara solution, and how we're growing and developing as best we can. We've tried to use a made in Niagara solution, but also conforming with provincial policy.
Councillor?
Yeah, I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions from councillors. Staff, does Mr. Schultz or Mr. Long have any comments or questions at this time? Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thank you to the presenters for your presentation tonight. We appreciate having some clarification on where the official plan review is at, but I think more specifically how residents can provide input into the process. Certainly speaking on behalf of the city's economic development department, we do have some concerns regarding the mapping and how some of the city-owned properties have been classified. Some of the city-owned properties which have been earmarked and identified for future development and investment, commercial, industrial, residential. Some of those have been identified as having natural features, wetlands, and so on. And certainly we respect the environment. We're not looking to do anything that we shouldn't. We want to respect those natural features. However, there are a few examples where we would question the mapping that has been put in place, and I know, and that once that's developed, that will certainly blow through and exceed the numbers that you've presented tonight, which I understand are part of a broader process through, the MCR and so on. But anyway, just a couple of comments that I wanted to make on behalf of the Economic Development Division, and I'd certainly love to share my time with Mr. Schultz from our Planning Division. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mr. Long. Mr. Schultz?
Thank you, Gary, and thank you to both Dave and Eric from the region for putting this presentation on. I think it was very informative to some of the councillors and residents that are watching. I agree with Gary's comments. With the recent census data that came out, I think the city of Port Colborne in particular is growing a little bit faster than we have in the past, which I think is a great thing. And I think all things are pointing to that continuing. So I think it is good that we have this, the region will be putting forward this monitoring program that will ensure that the city is developing as it should, and we have the land that is required for that. So I think that's great. And I think it's important to note that this plan, while the vision of it is for 30 years, it doesn't mean that changes can't be made to it if the city is growing faster than we are anticipated to. So I'll leave it at that. But again, I appreciate the region for being here.
Great, thank you, Mr. Schultz. And any final remarks, David or Eric?
Through the mayor to all of council, we really appreciate being able to come here this evening and speak to you about the official plan in general. I know that we have worked with Port Colborne staff on a few areas in Port Colborne, employment areas that were impacted by natural heritage features and doing more refinement and analysis on those areas, which I think was to the benefit of Port Colborne. And we will continue to continue that process and exercise in doing that. And again, our projections, there's nothing, projections and targets, intensification targets, et cetera, are minimums. And there's nothing that prevents, and they're minimums that we want you to plan for and plan to, but there's nothing that prevents you from exceeding that. And as your planner, Mr. Schultz mentioned, we will be monitoring things. It would be further down the road of growth, quite a bit further in terms of a few years, et cetera, if growth is happening at a faster rate. But it's, again, I would just stress, when the plan's approved, it's, the planning horizons for 30 years, but it's not a static document, and it can be updated as we move along to reflect changes in monitoring. So I would just leave you with those words.
Okay, great. So David and Eric, thank you. Eric, I got through the whole meeting without calling you Evan. For those that don't know, Eric's brother Evan used to work for the city of Port Colborne. And I work with Eric down on the agricultural committee at the region, and along with Councillor Butters. So we see each other, well, not as much anymore with COVID, but with in-person meetings, we would see each other from time to time. So, gentlemen, thank you. And again, we don't want to stress enough how anybody that's received a letter or believes that their property may be affected by the new official plan, and please get a hold of either David or Eric's department at the region, but go to the website. There's lots of good information there, but get that in as soon as possible because those dates are coming quick. So again, appreciate it, and council, some great questions, and staff, thank you for your input this evening. Thanks, gentlemen, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
So councillors, there are no delegations this evening, so next will be the mayor's report. So while the provincial government started easing COVID-19 restrictions across the province yesterday, we ask that everyone remain vigilant with their personal precautions. The Valley Health and Wellness Centre is now open, including the walking track, YMCA, and the ice rinks. Expect more openings soon. Niagara Public Health will be holding a pop-up vaccination clinic in Port Colborne on Friday, February 25th at the Port Colborne Visitors Centre at 76 Main Street West. It will operate from 9:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. There's two options. You can book an appointment online or you can walk in. Children 5 and up can get their first or second dose, and those 18 and over can get any dose. Please do your part to keep safe and get your vaccination. And as we just currently discussed, the latest census data released February the 9th revealed what City of Port Colborne Council and staff have been experiencing and planning for. The municipality has grown by almost 10%, making it the second fastest growing municipality in Niagara. This time I'd like to congratulate my good friend Mayor Ugolini and the City of Thorold for being the 8th fastest growing municipality in Canada, as well as the top in Niagara. We now have confirmed population of 20,033 residents. In the last 4 years, the planning department statistics have been the city's key indicators for growth and development. This is what we've seen over these last number of years: a 300% increase in official plan amendments, a 236% increase in zoning bylaw amendments, a 65% increase in site plan control development agreements, a 139% increase in pre-consultation requests, and most recently servicing to 77 lots in the Meadow Heights subdivision. Since 2016, the building department has processed 1,839 permits, 768 or 42% of those being residential permits. If you recall, during the budget presentation to council, it is estimated that Port Colborne's population could increase even more, estimating almost 13,000 new residents over the next 10 to 15 years. We'll continue to support managed growth and investment with our city development team of key staff created along with service delivery processes and those improvements designed to streamline the review and approvals process and align them with business timelines for decision making. And we're looking forward to the 2026 census. Yesterday was Family Day, and what a great day it was. It was so nice to see so many families out enjoying the spring-like weather and partaking in activities at Valley Health and Wellness Centre, and we thank the YMCA for offering a great deal for families to swim and play in the gymnasium and the pools there. This was a sure sign that spring is just around the corner. Too bad today wasn't like yesterday. To celebrate Ontario Heritage Week, the museum has created a goose chase scavenger hunt for you to enjoy. Spend a safe and fun afternoon discovering our local heritage with the Humberston Hunt scavenger hunt, learning some interesting history about the village of Humberstone. Details on how to play are available on our social media accounts. If you would prefer to do an offline version, call the museum at 905-834-7604 to arrange for a paper copy. And I think the two councillors, Bruno and Danch, are eliminated from this because they are have Humberston in their ward, so we can say that they may have some insider information on that one. So again, thank you, and we please stay safe. Any questions with regards to the mayor's report this evening? Okay. At this time, I'd like to call forward Regional Councillor Butters for the Regional Councillor's report. Here's Councillor Barb Butters. Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good. I almost called you Babs again.
I'm surprised you didn't. So I'm glad to see everybody tonight. I want to just I want to tell everybody about a new, something very new and different that the region's put a call out for. It's a call for Indigenous artists, expression of interest for an indigenous sculptural piece of art. The Niagara region is hosting the 2022 Summer Games and is looking for the commission of an outdoor sculpture piece that celebrates Indigenous history and cultures. The intent is to honor Niagara's rich history of Indigenous peoples who've lived here for thousands of years, and its current diversity is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples from across the land. So this public art feature will be located at the northwest corner of the International Plaza at the Niagara Regional Headquarters at Sir Isaac Brock Way, adjacent to the Canada Summer Games site. So if you go to the niagararegion.ca, you can, anyone interested in checking out the specs on it will get further information and what's all involved. And that expression of interest is due March 4th by 2 p.m. And Mayor covered the Vax Clinic coming up on February 25th, which is great. And our COVID cases, I checked today, was down to 40. With the change in the testing, that number is probably higher, but it's good to see that number coming down. Each time I check, the number is getting lower. So we're making progress on that front. I urge everybody to still do what you can to be safe and to stay well. And if I could also offer my thanks to David Hayworth and Eric Gotch for joining in tonight. Their presentation was very helpful, I think, and special thanks to Councillor Bruno for bringing the issue forward. It's always a pleasure to work with him on something. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm open to any questions if I can be helpful. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Butters. Questions from any councillor? No, you're getting away easy tonight, Barb.
No, I've got to admit, I'm a little surprised.
Anyways,
Thanks for having me here.
Great, thanks, Barb. We'll see you soon. Staff remarks. Any members of staff have anything for council this evening? Nothing in the room here. Anybody online? Nope, good. Okay, councillors, I'm going to start at the top. I'm going to go with Councillor Beauregard first. Councillor Beauregard, any questions to staff?
Actually, I have one question, maybe to Mr. Calamardo. I've noticed that there are some potholes that are really forming, in particular on, is it right on the Clarence Street Bridge, and on the east side of Clarence Street Bridge, there are some massive potholes that are forming, as well on the west side of it. I'm just wondering when city crews may be able to address them.
Mr. Calamardo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, all council and anybody watching. So any potholes can be reported through our customer service center. What we do have as a slight increase in our level of service this year is we have a hot box. So once we are able to get that up and running shortly, we should actually be able to fill those potholes on a temporary basis until we come in and do proper shape and pave in the particular year. We do have an INS for that is happening. So we are actually going to be looking at every single road and identifying the need for each of those roads. But as a temporary measure, we can be filling it with our hot box. And with the hot box, the asphalt molds better to the road itself and will last a little bit longer than cold batch. So we'll note that that the councillor, the area that the councillor noted, but if there are any other further ones, they can be sent through customer service and we'll be taking care of them. Through minimum maintenance standards, there is a specific time frame depending on the size of the pothole that we must fill it by. So we will meet those particular standards.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Calaboto. Just out of curiosity as well, can you elaborate as to whether or not, based on the type of weather that we've been getting, can we expect that potholes will be, that we might get more potholes than usual, or they may be worse than usual? The fluctuation in fluctuation in temperature, and drastic fluctuation in temperature, as well as the amount of moisture that we're seeing, does that have an effect? Off the top of your head, I'm sorry I didn't provide you with these questions ahead of time.
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor who has hit it directly on the head, that is absolutely what is happening right now. With a thaw, the water does seep into smaller cracks within the road or sidewalk or what have you, a lot of the other asphalt or cement structures. And then it freezes, and that water then expands into ice and creates a larger crack. Then it thaws again and repeats. So it is absolutely what the councillor has described is absolutely happening over the past week and continues on into later on into this week. So there is a more rapid deterioration of assets because of this weather. So the councillor is absolutely 100% correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As long as we got Director Kawamoto up there, I might as well go at him. Just a comment and a question. I know the heavy snowfalls we've had, the snow being very heavy, and the residents within the municipality where the sidewalk is right against the curb. I do know the city does plow some of these sidewalks, but there's some that the city does not do. And even with a resident with a $2,000 snow blower, it's not big enough to remove some of the heavy burden. Is it acceptable for the resident to call the city and inquire about whether our sidewalk cleaner can remove that?
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, usually that's not a type of service that we provide in all areas of the city. The municipal staff do clear the sidewalks when they are adjacent to city-owned property, and we do that. Now, understanding that the heavy snow that we received about 4 weeks ago, and because as you mentioned, there are areas of the city that have curb-face sidewalk, especially in the downtown core, if those mounds do get too high and become treacherous, for example, in an intersection area where it is difficult to see oncoming traffic, yes, please have any of those be reported to the city through customer service, and we would definitely go cut those hazards down, cut those mounds down if it does become to a height where it is treacherous. But in most cases, we do not do that. Again, however, it depends on the circumstance.
Councillor?
Yeah, I'll go with that answer, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Clayliff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Long. I just have one question. My apologies for not getting to you earlier today, Mr. Long, but I had marked in my notes that we were going to have an update regarding HOPA, the negotiations and work that we've been doing with them to come to some resolutions or plans for moving forward. And I thought it was to be today. I just wondered, do we have that or a time frame when we can expect that?
Mr.
To
Long?
hear about it?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I have not had any discussions with the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority over the last few months. I know that they are very committed to Niagara as part of the Niagara Ports initiative. That's a collaboration between Port Colborne, Welland, Thorold, and the Port Authority. I know that's important to them, but I don't have any update to report to council at this time. That being said, I will undertake to contact HOPA to get an update, and I'd be happy to provide that at a future council meeting.
Thank you. That'd be great, Mr. Long.
Okay.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of items this evening. One, it being tax time, I've had a call from a couple of seniors who are questioning the procedure for the water rebate for low-income seniors because the guaranteed income supplement gets reassigned every year at tax time. They're concerned as to whether they need to reapply or if that would just be considered because they had already qualified last year. I told them I thought they had to reapply, but I just wanted to get a statement on it publicly tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council, when we set up this grant last year, this question came up. And the response that we as staff recommended and what we're moving forward with is that once you're on the GIS, we would maintain them and we would do a check. So we're going to take a portion of the people every year and call and just do a verification check instead of having to have everybody reapply every year. Most that are on the grant will likely continue to receive it. But that was our recommendation to council at the time, and if council continues to wish to let that stand, we'd be happy to continue with that as staff.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. I will get back to them and tell them I was definitely wrong and that they don't need to reapply. So that's wonderful. The other item I have is just to give council a heads up. I've had two residents who reached out to me with various ideas of, things that they see for the city's future and they would like to see for the city's future, in particular, some park improvements, that sort of thing. And I've asked them to email their suggestions to all of city council so that we all have that same information, that same request. And sorry if your inboxes get a little bit full, but I just figured that was the very best way to do it. So everybody knows what the residents out there would like to see. That doesn't mean we all get it, but we all know what they like to see. So just a heads up on that, and that's really all I had to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things. The first one directed to Director Kalamoto. We've had some correspondence that's been going by emails, and I'd just like to bring it forward. And it's related to the recent number of construction projects using municipal roads by private property owners that have required municipal consents because the work required placing construction material or equipment within road allowance or the right of ways. And this is for those that are tuned in to our council meeting tonight so that they can understand it and that they get the correct messages. The first question is to Director Kalamoto. Is it within the city's authority to issue a municipal consent permit for transporting oversized and overweight loads on the municipal roads?
Mr. Kalamoto.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is within the authority of the city.
Thank you. It is my understanding that all applications are considered, but not all applications for a municipal consent are approved, and that there is no legal authority that will compel the city to issue a municipal consent if the city has justifiable reasons not to. Is that correct? And what are some examples of why an application would be denied?
Mr. Kalamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is technically correct. We could be taken to court if something is held back and it's proven that it is frivolous or what have you. So there has to be a good reason to hold back municipal consents from an applicant. As an example, if there are requests to have, say, an oversized load in a time frame where the council has approved half loads, as an example, because of a spring thaw, that is an example where we would deny it. However, they can, again, petition council for any of the particular bylaws that are used to deny that municipal consent. They could then come to council and ask for that to be forgiven.
Councillor?
Thank you. Continue on. When you issue a municipal consent, Can you impose certain conditions on that consent? For example, you just mentioned about the road weights and that. Can you impose conditions like you can transport it so many hours a day, or you can go up to a certain load? If it's 5 tons per axle, you could go up to 10 tons per axle. Can you put those specific conditions within a municipal consent?
Mr. Kawamoto.
Through the mayor to the councillor, any of those conditions must be abide by or be within the municipal bylaw. If they are not, we would have to go back to council to have anything outside of that bylaw. However, if there aren't things that are not restrictions within current city bylaws, obviously provincial and federal legislation, then there is that flexibility with staff.
Councillor?
And again, sorry, just like to point out that there are also restrictions within conservation authority limits and other areas that have jurisdiction over other particular geographic areas.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you. In continuing with the weight limits and some of the roads that have been used, some of the roads that we've seen being used extensively this year are Lorraine, Weaver, Third Concession, Wildwood, Brookfield, Empire, and Pleasant Beach Road. All of these seem to be the beach roads for some reason. I guess it's because of a lot of damage that's been done on the beach front. But some with the road weight restrictions on those roads, and I know Councillor Beauregard brought this up as well, but have we noticed, or has the Works Department noticed any underlying conditions caused by the warming temperatures, the heavy rainfalls, or the rising lake levels on these lake side roads that would result in damages from overweight trucks?
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't checked on all of those just of yet, as there are still some time for some of those roads to be used as the restrictions do start March 1st. However, we have spoken to some of the ones that are of concern to staff and have come to an agreement with some of those haulers to stop using those roads as early as last Thursday. So there are some that we have discussed with, and they have voluntarily halted their heavy truck use in those areas due to, as Councillor Beauregard keenly pointed out, the ground, the frost coming out of the ground, making them a little bit softer, a little bit earlier this year than the normal March 1st restrictions.
Councillor?
One more follow-up on that there. We have hired and we've created a position for a climate change coordinator, and we've hired a person and put a person in that position. Are we looking at any considerations for changing or expanding the half-load season to match the impacts caused by climate change? Can we do that, and will we do that?
Mr. Kawamoto?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is definitely something that we can look at as the climate does change and things start to warm up a little bit early. There are times where there are some warm-ups throughout the winter. That does happen every once in a while, but it depends on the actual frost within the ground and the temperatures. So that does vary from year to year, but as the councillor mentioned, climate change is real and it is taking an impact on all of our infrastructure and all of our assets. So that is definitely something that we could be looking into.
Councillor?
Just one more follow-up question, and it may be more appropriate for Chief Lawson on this one here, and it relates to do our bylaw staff have the capability to monitor overweight trucks and to the authority to enforce weight limits?
Chief Lawson?
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, to council, I'll have to look into that. I'm going to say no at this time.
Councillor?
That'd be great. And if on your report back to us, Chief Lawson, if you find out that it is not the city, can you find out who we should be reporting to, whether it's the MTO or if it's the Niagara Regional?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we can definitely do that. An email would suffice?
Yes, it's just, an email to council would be great so that we know who to refer people to. If they do give us a shout, and we can direct them to the right party to take care of their issues.
Great, thank you, Councillor. You're all set?
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Danch?
Sorry about that. I was just getting the Leaf update. It's 2-1 for the good guys. Just a couple small items there tonight. I spoke with Mason there today about our operations center Quonset hut there. The tarp's been blown in the wind there for the last few weeks. Did get back to me and said it's hopefully going to be replaced later this week or next. And I know some of the residents will be happy about that because it's annoying. It's like having a sailboat in your backyard, and the sails aren't tied down. I'd like to see if Chris or Alex could maybe update us on the Erie Street construction. The pylons are out. It's been a long process. I know it was supposed to start, I think, January 24th, long gone. So if Alex could give me an update on that so we can tell the people and see what's going on.
Mr. Salas?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Dance, the weather seems to be cooperating for the next few days and next week. We're going to have some positive temperature for next week. Fortunately, the contractor is actually scheduled to start a trench excavation. This week, I understand that they're going to start tomorrow milling of the asphalt on the trench. Materials will be delivered this week. They're going to do some daylighting of some utilities to make sure that they don't hit any underground infrastructure that could be contentious. The trench excavation, the laterals will take about 4 to 5 working days, and that will be completed sometime mid-May. I know that we're quite kind of 1.5 weeks behind, but since we started and since we awarded the contract, there's quite a few submissions that we require the contractor. We have approved for them the commissioning plan. The commissioning plan is basically talks about what are their strategies to make sure that any pipe that's being installed would meet some pressure testing, some procedures that we have to confirm with the contractor whether the procedures for dechlorination is acceptable according to our quality management system. Same thing with sampling for bacteriological. So all of this process has been completed and approved on principles based on the submission of the contractor. We have also approved submissions or have put in place protocols in compliance with the new regulations for the excess soil and materials movement under regulations 406-19. Similarly, as I've said, I'm expecting that the materials will be delivered this week. They made the submission of the materials and the type materials that has to be submitted for us for review and approval. That has been done. So pretty much any of the documentation that we need for purposes of approval before they put the shovel in the ground has been approved. I also understand that the OSA probably is 90% done. I haven't heard any resistance from any of the residences in terms of letting the contractor in. I don't know the exact number, but I know that there's only quite a few. Probably it's just a question of scheduling to complete the OSA inspection. And that's what I have to report for you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Councillor?
Did you say mid-May or mid-March?
Mid-May.
May. Two months away.
That's right. That's right. As I've said, there's 45 working days for them to do the main excavation on Erie. The laterals will take about what do I have here? 15 working days. As probably everybody knows that there's there's a prevalence of rocks excavation. By next week, hopefully we could assess whether the rocks excavation would pose us some issues in terms of productivity. That is something that probably we would have to report back, and how that's going to impact the performance of our contractor.
Councillor?
Okay, that's fine. I'll be here in 2 weeks, and I'll be asking the same question again for an update for the residents and for the area and whatnot. I mean, why we start this in February, I don't know. I mean, the weatherman's definitely not being considerate here, but let's hope for the best. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff's taken care of all my inquiries except 2, and they're working on those, so I think I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think Councillor Bruno used up all his time tonight, so no. Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Actually, a follow-up to Councillor Danch. I saw the pylons today, too. I'm as concerned as anybody to get that thing rolling through you if Alex is still there. Alex, is that street going to take up a construction in phases and put back together, or is it all going at one time? In other words, not that they might just do block 1 at the north end, but a couple blocks and get that all done and then move a couple blocks. Basically, from a traffic driveway point of view, I'm concerned, and also from how fast residents will come on board with their finished product.
Mr. Salas?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, basically the approach would be they will be probably putting traffic control half a block each time. So I know that they're and I haven't seen it actually. I know that they are preparing to start off on Neff Street, going down south into Killaley. So most likely they have their traffic control. I could just imagine that they're halfway from Neff, halfway between Neff and George Street. So they're gonna install the water main and they work themselves down all the way to Killaley. After they have completed that, they're gonna start off putting in after that's been completed, we're gonna do the commissioning plan. What that means is that the pipe will be connected on Killaley, do the commissioning plan, which means, as I've discussed earlier, to do the pressure test, the dechlorination, take samples and make sure that there's no bacteriological contamination before we connect it into Neff and make the system work. After that's been completed, they're gonna start off putting in the laterals. So there's 2 types of lateral. One is the short side and one is the long side. Simply because the water main is being installed on the west side of Erie. The long side, which we call the long side, is the one to the east. And the short side would be to the left. I'm not 100% sure how they're gonna do that, but the point is probably they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it in sections. Obviously, there is also the lateral, the side roads. So they're gonna do that. There are 5 side roads. I believe there's Bito, Charles, Eugene, George, and all of that. I don't know at the top of my head. I believe that will be done first before they do the laterals. All of that process will take around 4 to 5 working days. And then, of course, as I've said, a caution though that although I'm totally optimistic about it, there's a big factor that could impact our production, which is the rock excavation. So I'm hoping that by next week, when they start rock excavation, it's not too bad. In the next 2 weeks, probably we could reassess the production and provide a little bit more update that's more realistic based on the kind of rock that we would encounter.
Thanks, Mr. Salas. Mr. Kawamoto?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillors that are asking and to the members of the public that are watching. Supervisor Salas and his team has created a webpage for this project on the city website. It is under business and development, under current projects, and then they can go to the Erie Street Water Main Replacement Project. We can also update that website from the questions and answers that were here tonight, so that any member of the public can go to that website to get an update. And we will continuously update that website for the public or anybody who would like some additional information as the project moves from phase to phase. Again, with any underground projects, there are sometimes unforeseens until you actually start breaking the ground, and then things pop up just like any retrofit. But for additional information, that platform is available for anybody who would like to go to.
Thank you, Mr. Kawamoto. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris and Alex, for that update. And I like that website tool for people to weigh in on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. And I think I got everybody. Okay. We're on to consideration of items requiring separate discussion. Pull item 8.1 here. So 8.1 does have a presentation tied to it. So it's the Vision Zero Road Safety Program, Niagara Region Courts Intermunicipal Amending Agreement, and the recommendation is that Public Works Department Report 2022-05 be received. That the amending agreement to the Niagara Region Courts Intermunicipal Agreement attached as Appendix A to Public Works Department Report 2022-05 be approved for purposes of advancing the Vision Zero program. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the amending agreement to the Niagara Region Courts Intermunicipal Agreement. If I can have Councillor Wells and Baggy move that. And at this time, we're going to call on Carolyn Ryle, Beth Brenz, and Judy McPherson from Transportation Services Division of the Niagara Region, and they'll be giving us their presentation. Welcome, staff.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Steele and City Council. First, I want to confirm that you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So we're pulling up the presentation, which I also want to confirm once we've got it up and running, you can see it. Can you see that, Mayor Steele?
Nope, not yet.
And then while we're getting that up and running, I just wanted to confirm we did speak with the clerk and wanting to confirm that we were going to need a little bit more than 10 minutes, the typical time to present, just due to the content. So I just wanted to confirm that up front.
Yep, that's okay. No problem at all.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So once you can see it, maybe you can just let me know, and then I'll get off onto starting here.
Yep, no, we're here. You're there.
Okay, fantastic. So good evening. Thank you for having the region here this evening to present on such an important road safety initiative. We're referring to obviously as Vision Zero. Is it up and running, Judy? Okay, perfect. I'm Carolyn Ryle. I'm the Director of the Transportation Services Division at the region. I have Beth Brenz, the Acting Associate Director, Financial Reporting and Analysis, who will be participating to provide the outlook related to the finance in the presentation, and Judy McPherson, who is a coordinator, a transportation coordinator, who's been assisting with all the coordination with the presentation, having us here this evening. So again, thank you for having us. So on the agenda, I'm going to provide a very quick overview as to what the Vision Zero Road Safety Program entails. I'm then going to move into the court's intermunicipal agreement, referred to as the IMA. That is the staff report that's before you this evening that we're seeking the approval on. It deals with the Vision Zero terms as it relates to the funding agreement and the financial overview, again, that Beth will provide an overview to further in the presentation. And then we're going to close the presentation off with next steps as we look forward to rolling out this very important initiative. So first, I'm going to start with community safety zones, often referred to as CSZs. Speeding is a primary crash factor and a leading road safety problem, just not on regional, it's also on municipal streets, often contributing to 1/3 of fatal crashes and serves as an aggravating factor in most crashes. Niagara Regional Council has the authority under the Municipal Act to pass bylaws and initiate measures to ensure the health and safety of its residents. In establishing these community safety zones, the region has this as a tool to help make its community safer. So with the first launch of the program and looking at community safety zones, staff looked at all of the school zones along the regional road network. And the work that initially has started was we were looking to prioritize those based on a number of factors around speeding, infrastructure in place around those schools. And I'm pleased to say, since that work began, we have approval from Regional Council, and we've implemented 13 community safety zones thus far throughout the region on regional roads since September of 2019. And when we were looking at the site selection for community safety zones, we're looking at locations that have safety concerns or complaints that we're looking to obviously deal with. We're looking typically at sensitive areas, schools, which is what we've started with. This can be expanded to retirement home locations, parks, and areas of higher active transportation. So I'm pleased to say there are 13 that have been implemented thus far, and the program will continue to expand again based on the yearly statistical analysis as we assess speeds, again, the amount of students and families walking to and from school, sidewalks, lighting, working with the school boards, the Niagara Regional Police, the municipalities, and our public health representatives that help us with attaining a lot of that information as well. Next slide, please, Judy. So next, I'd like to just talk about automated speed enforcement. It's referred to as ASE. ASE was launched in December of 2019 by the province. The business case that Beth will speak to in a minute that received council approval speaks to launching the program with 4 of these units, which will be rotated among the initial 13 approved community safety zones to start. The benefits of ASE deal with increase in safety. We're looking to reduce speeds. We're wanting a positive change in driver behavior on the regional road network to begin. We're going to continue to work with the Niagara Regional Police on freeing up those resources and moving them elsewhere throughout the network. And again, it's increasing driver awareness into the sensitive areas that they're driving and the speeds at which they're driving. The revenues collected under any municipal ASC program, and this is legislated, are to be used to support local public safety and education initiatives as the programs continue to move forward. The next slide here for ASC, what we're trying to demonstrate is that there are a number of Ontario municipalities that have already launched ASC since the approval with the legislation in 2019. You can see from Toronto down to London, the municipalities with the number of cameras that they've started their programs with. And you can see that there are 123 cameras to date that are operational across these numerous municipalities. We've also included charge volumes to give you an indication of the total ticket volume that has been issued related to speeding offenses happening through community safety zones. I just want to also just make a note that the 522,000 is not representative of the dollars collected. That is the charge volumes, which are the number of tickets that have been issued. The region's business case speaks to 4 units with the launch of the program, which is in line with where Durham started. And again, in close conversation with all of these different municipalities, as we are a stakeholder as part of the ASC working group, we can learn best practices, understand how their programs have been operating, and understand, for example, with Peel down to London, who started out with smaller programs and pilots, how they're looking to ramp those up. And Hamilton's a prime example with 2 cameras and now looking to increase by an additional 8 with the more recent regional council approval they've received. I'm now going to speak a little bit about red light cameras. This was introduced in the province back in 2000. Since then, the cameras have been proven to reduce right-angle collisions by 25%, which are the more serious collisions in nature, which can result in this very serious accident and could lead to death. The cameras are proven to be an effective means to reducing the incidences of red light infractions, making streets much safer. And again, this has been based on statistical analysis and studies that have been done since the launch of the program in 2000. Another body of work that's underway currently with the region out of transportation is the Complete Streets Initiative. I spoke about that when I presented the budget outlook not that long ago. And the balance of what we're trying to adopt here is looking at the right-of-way widths, and again, wanting to include a multimodal use on the roadways that include for active transportation and include for many other uses, so others feel safe on the roadway. So this has been a proven technology that will assist with us incorporating our complete streets design guidelines that'll be coming forward for approval, and again, and how we're trying to make the road safer for all the multi-different users. The business case, again, that Beth will be touching on speaks to 10 red light cameras to be implemented with the launch of the program in a various number of municipalities. And a business case will be coming forward in Q2 of this year, identifying the first 10 of those locations after 400 intersections have been examined. So other Vision Zero initiatives. So it's fair to say that road safety is a key component to transportation. The Vision Zero terminology and the initiative that I'm talking about is an overarching principle that has been known for many, many years outside of Ontario and outside of Canada. And strategically, we're looking to expand on the already traditional capital and operating safety programs that the region and the municipalities do in concert. So when we talk about annual signage and pavement marking programs and mid-block crossings for safe crossings along regional roads, I just mentioned complete streets, there's traffic calming initiatives, public outreach and education. These are all programs, intersection improvements, which include for left turn lanes and again, enhanced markings, geometrics through the redesign of our roads. These are all capital and annual programs that are already traditionally underway. What we're looking to do is expand the program to now include for other tools in the toolbox when we refer to AFC and red light camera. So if I can now bring you to the proposed revisions to the Niagara Region Court's intermunicipal agreement, the IMA. So why are we here today? The region has been out speaking and seeking unanimous support from all 12 local area municipal councils for the changes that we're looking to incorporate in the Niagara Region Court's intermunicipal agreement. We're looking to recognize Vision Zero and the initiative, which speaks to including that the region will lead the implementation in partnership and coordination with each of the 12 municipalities and assisting with the oversight, the operation, and ensuring the legislative compliance piece in order to operate Vision Zero as another traffic safety initiative that we're trying to roll out down here in the region. The IMA changes are talking to allowing for the funds net of the court program costs related to the Vision Zero initiative to cover the upfront and annual investment by the region, again, for the implementation, the operation, the oversight, and that legislative compliance piece. So it speaks to it being a self-sustaining program that Beth will speak to a little bit more in a minute. Any revenue above this will be split 50-50 among the region and the local area municipalities, again, targeting to be put back into road safety initiatives. So the construct of the 50-50 initiative or split is already in the IMA. The changes we're seeking here to talk to it being a self-sustaining program. So again, why are we here? We're here because the current agreement does not identify Vision Zero through the funding model that we're here to speak to you about. The current agreement does not contemplate the province's guidance and guidelines for automated enforcement, and that's a legislative piece that we need to follow in order to operate the program. There are risks of implementation that the region will assume as the lead in rolling out the program. That deals with the upfront education. It deals with the questions, the concerns, the scrutiny around the launch of the program. It also deals with the stakeholder engagement, so ensuring there's right education and knowledge around the program, not only to regional staff operating vehicles. It deals with our emergency services as partners. It deals with the local area municipal partners as well. There could be businesses that would be affected by this, so that is another implementation piece that the region will lead. There is significant upfront investment as well as cost recovery. That'll be something that we will report annually out on. And then when we talk about opportunities, we talk about, that the region is a current member and has been under the ASC steering committee since its launch prior to the legislative approval from the minister. Having the lead and the region's assistance, it can assist with the consistent delivery of the program. So how the criteria are used to assess the safety, analyze how it's working, bring that back again with our partners for consultation and how it's working and how we'd like to advance and expand the program. It assists with the management of the resource implications. So this is not only the technical expertise in transportation that is dealing with our bylaw officers, so will be assisting as well as court staff. And then it just allows for, again, an opportunity for all of us as partners to work together on the success of the program. And again, how we'd like to move this forward, reporting the success of how we're really ultimately decreasing the collisions, the fatalities with the increase in awareness around safety. I'm now going to pass it over to Beth to provide a financial overview with regards to the program.
Good evening, and thanks, Carolyn. The next few slides that I'm going to be presenting are intended to provide a high-level overview of the financials, largely based on what the council had approved as part of the 2020 budget process, and in alignment with the changes that are being proposed to the IMA in front of you this evening. This slide is intended to provide a high-level overview of the operating budget, again, as outlined in the 2020 operating business case that was approved by council. I would like just to note that we are still referencing the 2020 business case, as this is what council approved and still materially represents the total estimated cost of the program. There are some contractual increases and decreases across the expenditure lines, but the total cost of $4 million still fairly represents the cost of the program as presented. We are planning for this program to be self-sustaining, meaning that the total revenue collected from Vision Zero ticket revenue will cover the cost of the Vision Zero program. The numbers on the slide represent the first full year of operations, which is now estimated to be 2023. And the total operating costs for both the ports program and the region's operations, which is both our transportation business licensing division, are estimated at approximately $4 million. And the $4 million would be covered based on 5,000 tickets being issued on 10 red light cameras and approximately 27,000 tickets being issued for 4 automated speed enforcement cameras. It is anticipated that the ticket revenue from the program will allow for enough funds to cover the program over the first 3 years of the program. This is another visual of the anticipated Vision Zero revenue. Right from the gross revenue to the net impact of zero. The Vision Zero program is anticipated, as I said earlier, to be self-sustaining, meaning the ticket revenue received will cover the cost of the program. And this can be achieved if we do hit a target of 32,500 tickets, and we do receive approval by all 12 local area municipalities related to the amendments, the IMA being requested. The gross ticket revenue of 5.4 is an assumption that 100% of the Vision Zero ticket revenue would flow through our POA courts and be 100% dedicated towards covering the cost of the program. In order for 100% of the Vision Zero ticket revenue to be available for to cover the cost of the program, why we were requesting an amendment to the IMA to allow for that. And if the amendment is not approved by each of the local area municipalities, the current IMA would remain intact and the program would no longer be self-sufficient, or said another way, we wouldn't be able to fund the program solely from Vision Zero ticket revenue. I've also flagged on this site that we're estimating approximately $750,000 in implementation costs to get the sites ready, and it is anticipated that these costs will be funded from future years Vision Zero revenue prior to any net Vision Zero revenue distribution. So some of the risks and opportunities. There are some risks around number of tickets that will be issued, challenged, and or not paid. Because we do not know how many tickets will be challenged, we are flagging that there could be some pressure in our court trial time capacity. And if we did run into a situation where we had less ticket revenue collected than expenditures incurred, we did include a section in the amendment, section 7, that states that regional funding will be utilized to offset any in-year deficits to ensure no negative impact to non-Vision Zero revenue distribution. and it is anticipated that the regional funding will be paid from future years' Vision Zero revenue prior to any Vision Zero revenue distribution. So to reiterate, we're saying that local area municipalities will not be expected to use any of their non-Vision Zero revenue distribution to offset Vision Zero program costs. As far as opportunities, the goal of the program is to change driver behavior, reduce overall speeding, and ultimately to improve road safety. There is also an opportunity for regional staff to align staffing levels in our court services to ticket volume experience. So if we do happen to have less tickets than anticipated, we would hire staff within the courts to the number of tickets that we're processing. So it does give us some flexibility and to ensure that we're managing our expenditures effectively and ensuring that we're staying within our revenue stream and possibly maximizing the Vision Zero program revenue for distribution. And speaking of revenue for distribution, if we do run into a situation where we have collected more revenue than our expenditures incurred, the amendment lays out that the Vision Zero revenue will be distributed based on assessment, 50% to the region, 50% to the local area municipalities. Again, that's in alignment with the current treatment of the distribution of provincial court revenue. And again, note that future years Vision Zero revenue will need to be used back to pay back any deficits from previous years in the implementation cost. And as Carolyn noted earlier in the presentation, any net revenue must be reinvested back into road safety. That is a requirement of this. And we are asking that it's reported to the region to support ministry reporting requirements. I'm going to turn it back to Carolyn.
Thanks, Beth. So just to conclude next steps, so we are finishing the last of the council presentations this evening, and the next step is to go back to regional council to provide them an update with regards to those presentations and the approvals that we were seeking with the changes to the IMA. We're targeting likely for that to be in April of 2022. We also will be bringing forward a report seeking direction on next steps and then looking for agreement on the execution of the vendor agreements in order to operate the automated enforcement piece, which are the red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement. So again, we're targeting those likely in Q2 of this year with an anticipated go live date once we have everything in place with vendors, the MTO and other parties that we need to work with. Then we're anticipating to go live Q2, could be Q3 of 2022. So I wanted to thank Council for having us here this evening on such an important safety initiative as we work together as partners in rolling out road safety, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Great, thanks, Carolyn. I appreciate yourself, Beth, and Judy for coming out this evening. And I'm going to go to Councillor Bruno, then Councillor Bagu. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of questions. Excellent presentation. Just wondering, so this is an all or nothing, right? It needs unanimous approval. So if that doesn't happen, does the program fail and is defunct?
Carolyn?
Through the mayor, so very good question. So what we're seeking this evening is the approval with regards to the funding strategy or the funding proposal before you, which requires the unanimous support of all 12 municipalities. The program Vision Zero will be rolled out. There will be a report coming forward in April. That's what we're targeting to bring back a number of recommendations on advancing Vision Zero, the program, which is looking to include the new automated enforcement piece, which is the red light camera and ASC. So this will be moving forward, and we'll be bringing it back, seeking direction of council on how we move that forward.
Councillor?
Thank you. Kind of an outside of the box question, but has the region ever considered partnership? So I like your model of upfront funding by, in this case, the upper tier, but I could see a great spot for a community service zone in Port Colborne. I think it'd pay out pretty quick on, I don't know if it could be, it's on 58 Highway, but it's between Main and Barrack Road. You could probably pay for that stuff pretty quick. So I didn't know if there's ever been anybody that's thought of the fact that if a municipality funded net zero, the region gets an extra camera in or two, doesn't outlay its cash, the municipality that funded it gets its cash back first, and the amount of cameras get there earlier?
Carolyn?
Through the mayor. So the intent of the program is really, I feel, for us to be, working in partnership and collaboration. So yes, there's many ways that, the program can be rolled out. We're looking to launch the program on a fairly small scale to start with the 10 red light cameras and the 4 ASC. The intent, obviously, with the learnings across the next 2 to 3 years in partnership with each of the municipalities is really for us all to get a grounding of how the program is operating. Because there's many components to operating a Vision Zero program, court capacity being one, the resources with dealing with consultants and legislative requirements. So the intent is to work with each of the local area municipalities as a partner. The intent is to expand it onto the municipal streets as we look to advance the program once we have a little bit of a grounding of how it's operating. So that is the intent, is to expand it and work with our partners on areas of concern that they have in their own municipalities, in addition to what we're seeing on the regional road network, which is excessive speeding in many areas.
Councillor?
Thank you, and I appreciate an open-mindedness to that going forward. I know it's not the subject of your presentation and the vote tonight, but how are those chosen, and is there a waiting list to be on it if it has to go regional for the community safety zones?
So through the chair, excellent question again. So with us just again trying to understand how we'd like to start the program, we did an assessment across all of the regional roads where there were schools, and that was just again our starting point. We're looking to expand the program to look at other areas of high sensitivity and concern from an active transportation perspective, which will include retirement homes and parks. So that will be phases that will come on. There are set criteria that we do use. There's many criteria in how we're assessing, obviously, locations that were chosen. For example, the first 13, we were looking at collisions, fatalities, excessive speeds in those areas, the number of families and children walking to and from schools. So there was a whole host of parameters, and it's how we're being guided with the assistance of best practices elsewhere and working with consultants on how we're trying to put together a consistent framework to identify locations. And then the intent will be clearly with each of our municipal partners to understand areas of concern in their area, use similar and the same criteria, we'll say, and then start prioritizing how we would expand this collectively together. So those are future implementation conversations. It's fair to say we're not at that point. What we're hoping to do through this exercise is just get started, let everyone get our feet under ourselves on how this is operating, and then make decisions on how, from a safety perspective, this is going to benefit all of us moving forward.
Thanks very much. That's all I had. Great job. Very supportive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Baggy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the little bit of clarification on the future of this. Because initially I was reading the parameters to have one of these in a regional road. The vehicle amount was over 2,000 vehicles in a day, which Port Colborne only has during Canal Day weekend, I think. But other than that, and I know Port Colborne does not have any community safety zones at this time on a municipal road or a regional road. So I'm looking for the future for this for Port Colborne. But the one question I do have is you mentioned that the monies that go back to municipalities will be used for local road safety. Now, for road safety, is that a municipal road or a regional road, or where a regional road and a municipal road intersect?
Carol?
Through the mayor. So a very good question. So when there is a revenue stream and we're splitting the 50-50 back with the municipalities, that money can be used at their discretion to be used for their own road safety initiatives on their own municipal roads and streets. So it can be for anything related to road safety that they'd like to work to improve on. There also will be the open dialogue as partners that if they wish to partner with the region on trying to advance something else, again, as we looked at how we want to future implementation of the program, we'll be open to that as well. So there'll be a whole project team between the region with representatives with the 12 municipalities, where we will be meeting with frequency to understand the program and then talk about further implementation and how we expand it.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for clarification. One suggestion I'll just put forward right now is to get a decibel reading on some of these machines, so where the noisy vehicles going by, they're too loud to get a ticket also. So our regional police have been dealing with quite a few people. So spring's coming up, the buffers are coming off. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to point out what I think is a typo in the amending agreement in the first paragraph on page 3. Just so to have that clarified. On the second line, it says among other things. I think things is a double use of the word. Just wanted to point that out to see if that needs to be corrected.
I would think it would be, yes.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing, yeah. So Carolyn, do you see that on page 3, the very top
Take me up the map.
paragraph?
Through the mayor, thank you for that. I believe Chris flagged that to me. Director Kalamudu already flagged that to me, so thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Super. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clayliff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. So technically, we're not looking at there's absolutely no upfront costs at this particular point. We would not be in this first 13, we're not in this first grouping, and so there would be no cost to be put out nor earned by us in this first area until we got to the point where we were actually able to have some cameras in our area and these safety zones till all of those pieces have fallen in. Well, any idea of a time frame as to how far ahead are we looking till some of that might happen?
So through the mayor, so good question, Councillor. So just to clarify, so the 13 initial community safety zones of what have been approved to date, and that is correct, there were none in Port Colborne. So with the launch of ASC, if and when there is a revenue stream, and I'll speak strictly about ASC, that is split 50-50 among all municipalities. Whether you have a community safety zone and ASC operating in your municipality currently or not, when there is a revenue, that will be split, and those dollars will be provided to Port Colborne just like they will be to other municipalities. And the same for red light camera. So the red light camera first 10 locations have not been identified yet through council here at the region. That will be an upcoming report where the first 10, again, out of the 400 plus intersections that the region oversees, we will be providing that to council for information and approval to launch. But again, regardless of whether it is operating in any municipality to start or not, when there is a revenue stream, that portion, the apportionment of those dollars will be given to that municipality.
So just for clarity, you just said that the red light zones are they all on regional roads? Because you mentioned that they're regional sites just now.
So yeah.
Locations to start with, will they be on regional or municipal?
So to start, yes. So to start, you are correct. The technology will be placed on regional roads to start, with the intent to expand it across further regional roads and also municipal. But when we're talking about the revenue 50-50 split out of the IMA, the intermunicipal agreement, regardless of locations either in a municipality or not, when there is a revenue, that will be split 50-50 after the region is reimbursed for all of its upfront costs. That will be split 50-50 and apportioned appropriately across the municipalities.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions from council? I don't see any. So Carolyn, Beth, and Judy, thank you again. And council will vote on this next. I think I know the outcome already, but we thank you for coming this evening, and we'll wait till we vote before we let you go so you can see what happens here. Okay. So, Council, the motion has been placed on the floor, moved by Councillor Wells and seconded by Councillor Bagu. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, Council. And again, ladies, thank you, and it's passed at this council, so I think it's 11 out of the 12 municipalities. So this is going to be good debate at the region, I can imagine.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for having us this evening.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Item 8.2 is pop-up patio review and recommendations, and the recommendation is that Chief Administrative Office Report 2022-22 be received, that the recommendations outlined in Appendix A to Chief Administrative Office Report 2022-22 be approved and adopted as a city policy, that Council approve discontinuing encroachment application COVID-19, and that patio fees for 2022 be waived. I've got Councillors Wells and Bagu moving that. I'll go to Councillor Wells first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bram has answered a lot of my questions, but I do have a couple left for him. So through you to Bram, I believe he's still here.
No, he's here. He's on.
There he is.
Yeah.
Hi, Bram. I provided you with a number of suggestions, but one of the ones that I'm particularly interested in is a safety perspective with regards to the sight lines. And I know that we identify that there needs to be a clear sight line, but that sight line, I would suspect, should be included in the landscaping, the furniture, and any of the marketing materials, signages that is up in front. Can we make sure that that's part and parcel of the that it's done, so that we don't have any safety issues related to that?
Scott?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Wells, yes, we'll definitely take care of that.
Councillor?
That's great. I have one other thing, Bram. You made reference to the an indemnity clause within the application, and that would be also in the application form. Is the application form, are you referring to, is that the encroachment application form?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Wells, yes, through the encroachment application form, you have to provide proof of insurance, which would indemnify the city. So I'm happy to add that to the policy as well, so that the form and the policy or guidelines, hopefully policy, are consistent. Happy to do that.
That'd be great, because although you may have insurance, you may not be indemnified. So just to make sure we close loop that. Thank you, Bram.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Bram. Good to see you here. Glad you sticked around for a whole meeting so far. You didn't fall asleep. Anyways, I got a few questions and comments. It says this is the permit, the applications are going to be approved by the city without the approval of city and neighbors. Who is the city? Who makes the approval?
Mr. Cotton?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. The applications would come into the Economic Development Department. We would submit to comments to all the different various departments, and then it would be approved through our department, Economic Development and Tourism, with the comments in place. So I think what you're referring to, if I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I believe what you're referring to is if a patio was to cross. So if, for example, a parking stall is not directly in front of a business, but maybe crosses over to in front of another business that perhaps not a restaurant or is a residence, I believe that's what you're referring to, Councillor Bagu?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in that instance, for example, we could approve that, yes, you get a spot, but it does not, it goes across, say, 2 spots, in order to just fit in front of the business. So, for example, that's one example. What we have put in place is that you have to inform the neighbors that you are applying for a pop-up patio that would cross over parking stalls that could be in front of your neighbor's property, but the city would say yes or no, and also where it could go. So that way we could work with the neighbors to mitigate any impacts to the neighbors.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with that. What I don't agree with, the problem we had this summer, Councillor Cleary and we took the brunt of the complaints by phone and emails, rather than the other rest councillors. And part of the problem is when you encroach on a neighboring business, or I guess a neighboring, actually a business or a home, well, not a home, but you know what I mean, residence, that they have no say whatsoever. You talk about parking spots, but to me, parking spots are minimal. We have the equipment to change the parking spots within the city. We can manipulate around. Like, I'd rather change the parking spots to leave the neighboring business free of a patio. So they also suffered during COVID just as much as the restaurant that stayed open. And now these people are still closed, and the restaurant's still being open. So, I do feel for the neighboring businesses more than the one that wants the patio. We have to take care of these people too. And all we're giving these people is say you're gonna get a letter stating that the city's gonna allow a patio in front of your place. They don't have the veto. They should have a say. As far as I'm concerned, they are taxpayers also. And with 2 years having blockages in front of their businesses, which blocks their signs for their business, and it doesn't make good neighbors, to tell you the truth. The Canalside restaurant has the patios, has their tables and chairs set up over different businesses, and they all get along great, and they're all good neighbors. But there's another situation where I guess the relationship isn't that cordial. That's a nice way of putting it anyways, but basically I'm still against the forcing a business to have a patio in front of the place if they don't want it. And we gotta take care of these people too. They have just as much right to have a clear view from theirs place than everybody else. So I guess I can't change it. So basically I'm not in favor of this motion as a Ward 1 councillor in my ward. And like I said, I get the brunt of it, Councillor Clarion. So that's all I gotta say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demerin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. One where it does state that the neighbors should be informed. So the person applying for the permit, the business applying for the permit would be the one who does the informing. Do we check that those neighbors have been informed? Are there timelines involved? Could you maybe break that down for me?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Demery. So as part of the application form, they have to show proof that they have informed the neighbors. So they'll be doing that through the application process.
Okay, thank you. And are the neighbors, any comments from the neighbors shown in that form as well, in that proof that they've notified the neighbors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Demery, the neighbors can provide comments back to the city. Absolutely. I will just raise one point that the parking stalls are the property of the city. They are not the properties, or there's no entitlement to the businesses there. Those are actually the city. So part of the reason for us putting the policies in place is because there are parking stalls, and we're trying to work to grow the businesses down on in our city.
I thank you again. Through Mr. Mayor to you, I just would like to actually register my concern as well as Councillor Baggy's. I absolutely do not agree with putting a patio in front of a business that does not want it. I think that is absolutely wrong-headed, and it's just the wrong way for us to go. I don't think that goes to growing business. I think that is actually an inhibitor. So that's I just want to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Beauregard.
Through your worship to Mr. Cotton. I'm trying to find it, but I believe my first read of the report, only 5 businesses are going to be allowed to have pop-up patios along West Street. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bogart. No, that's not correct. It would be 3 per block along West Street.
Okay, so how do we determine?
I'm sorry, a maximum of 3 per block along West Street. Currently in the policy, it's 1 per block.
Okay, how do we determine which ones get it if in the event that there's more than 3 applications?
That's a very good question. We would. I think I'd have to go back and come up and speak to one of our speak to some of my colleagues on that, Councillor Beauregard. We hadn't put that in place. We don't believe that we will receive more than 3 per block, which is why we sort of put it at a maximum of 3. But you're right, the possibility in the future could come up. So that could be an amendment that we could address in the future.
Okay, because I think that should be addressed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Clayliff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Cotton. Bram, I know we've talked about this before, but is there any possibility of realigning the parking spots to make them line up and maybe have a little bit extra room at the end of a street coming around a corner rather than having a parking spot right there? Maybe it's in a little bit. Maybe there's room to add for bicycles, something so that we can do exactly what the councillors are saying, that we would just have your space would be in front of your building. Some of the buildings are double buildings, so they could have 2 spaces. Like I think that there was one on Clarence Street that had it like that. So are we able to do some accommodation that way, perhaps? And we could move those lines permanently, like rather, I know there was something said about not being able to do that because the costs involved with relining it just for the summers. But perhaps that could be a permanent realignment of the parking spaces out front.
Yeah. Mr. Cotton?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clayliff, that it would be a question for Public Works and Director Kalamoto. But I'm happy to take that back and further discuss with bylaw and with Public Works on that possibility.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking that would that address our concerns then if it was just in front of it? Some of them will want bigger spaces, because even if it's just one. Well, I'm just thinking some of them are looking to have 1.5, but I think I understand both sides of this issue and the difficulties that there were this summer, and I agree with Councillor Baggio. It was difficult. It was difficult, and you felt sorry for people that didn't even realize what was going on till it was almost too late before they even were informed that this was happening. So I guess I'd just like to look at it a little bit more and see if we can come up with some ways that we can do exactly what we're talking about. We've got the time. We can do this right now. Maybe we can look at other options. I even like the idea on weekends. If we close down the streets, that they could spill out onto the streets. So there's all kinds of ideas here that we could use. And West Street is our jewel here as far as tourism and bringing people in. And then if it were on weekends, you could also look at the fact that you would not have, some of those businesses wouldn't be operating, the ones that are concerned about having their parking spots, they wouldn't need them on the weekends because their businesses are closed, they're Monday to Friday businesses. So I guess I'm thinking that maybe, we could go back to the drawing board a little bit and have some more discussions and see if we could come up with something that might satisfy. You're never going to be able to satisfy everyone, no matter what we do. There will be people that won't be happy, but perhaps we can make it a little bit more fair and equitable for everybody along the street. And just thought.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clayliff. So the applicants can apply for up to 2 spots, and we can approve up to 2 spots. So for example, we can under this policy, we can set it so that say you get a spot and a half, so therefore you're not in front of a neighboring business. This policy gives us the flexibility to continue to work that, to address those issues that you've raised. The way it's written now gives us that ability to address that issue.
So that's very good. I like what you're saying, because if you're saying up to 2 spots, if they had 2 spots available, then you'd give it to them. But if they only had a spot and a half available in front of their building, they only get a spot and a half. And then, like I said, perhaps the other half spot that's left could be used as a bicycle stand or something, so that the neighboring business wouldn't have a patio in front of them. I think that there's some good options here. You know, I think when you say it that way, and as long as everyone is really clear on the fact that it's up to, and that the city can say just strictly, basically, it's in front of your building. So if you have a spot and a half in front of your building, you get a spot and a half. If you have 1 spot, you get 1. Versus if you have, if you only have 1 spot, you don't get two parking places. So that would solve that would be a solution, would it not, to what we're talking about?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Cleo. So the way that the new guidelines policy would be written, it clearly defines up to 2 spots. So you can apply for 1, you can apply for 2, and you may be granted 1 or 1 1/4 or 1 1/2 or 1 1/3, or it could be 1 1/3, it could be 1 3/4, it could be 2. So it gives us the discretion to be able to work with the neighbors to address their concerns. Not everyone will be happy, no matter what we do. But I believe we have the opportunity.
We could amend this right now and solve the issue just by saying up to 2 spots, not to exceed the frontage of the building. So that would answer everybody's problem, would it not? If we said, so that way you'd have nothing but the area in front of your building.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Cleo, you're absolutely right, you could. I believe that the flexibility that as the policy is written now gives us, it would be better for what we're trying to do on West Street. But you absolutely, as council, you have the right to write it to create an amendment such as that if you were to desire to do so.
Councillor?
So I could make an amendment and say that I'd like to amend this and make it so that it's amended so that it can be up to 2 spots. And I'm thinking more Clarence Street of the brewery. They have 2 spots, but I'm thinking we could make it for the whole city, actually, or the whole downtown, and amend it to be that we can approve up to 2 spots. But it's not to exceed the front of your building. So if you only have 1 spot in front of your building, that's all you're getting. Would that make everyone satisfied? I think that would satisfy me, and then that way it wouldn't go to the next. It wouldn't. I'd still like the letter to go to the neighbor to let them know that you are going to be putting patio there. I think that's common courtesy to let them know what's happening. But I don't think that there would be as much upset if we did that, because then technically we are saying to staff, you only have the right to give them the amount of property that's in front of their building. And I think that would be very clear cut, and I think it would solve a lot. And I don't think that people could be upset with that. It's pretty fair and equitable to everybody at that point. And if there's a little piece left.
Councillor, before you keep going, you've got a motion on the floor. I need a seconder before you start discussing it. I've got Councillor Bagu. Back to you, Councillor Cleo.
I was just going to say, if there was a small space left, then suggestion could be for bicycle racks or something that would even make it better for downtown, more amenable to people using it, and keeping the bicycles off sidewalks, because I think that's going to be an issue as well of people riding their bicycles on sidewalks. So I think that this could be a win-win all around if we do this. So that's all. Yes, I would like to put that forward.
It's already on the table, Councillor. So to the amendment, those that have comments to the amendment, because there are hands up. I have Councillor Bodner, Councillor Desmarais, and Councillor Bruno. Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification on that. I believe Councillor Claylife said you go up to the edge of your building and that's all you get. What if the neighbor doesn't care? What if the neighbor says, have at it, have the spot in front of me? Now have we, if the wording isn't quite right, have we then really messed up somebody that clearly had a shot at having something bigger, and just because we said you couldn't go past that boundary? So I just wonder whether we might think of rewording that somehow.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Well, Councillor, just to clarify what Mr. Cotton said earlier, the current wording allows staff to do that. So if business A has one spot in front of their business and then another spot partway in front of another business, and they want to go bigger, it allows staff to talk to that business. And if they have an issue with it, then staff can say, no, you get your one spot or spot and a half, whatever the size may be. Or if they say, we could care less, and they get their 1.5 or 2 spots, the wording now allows staff to do that. So I think, quite honestly, the councillor is being more restrictive than what the current wording is. And I think Mr. Cotton has addressed that, where if business B says, hey, I don't want it in front of me, then it's not in front of them. Am I correct, Mr. Cotton, on the original wording that you had?
Yes, in general, I would suggest that you can apply for up to 2 spots. I don't believe because the city's parking spots are owned by the city, I'm not sure that we should be giving a veto right to the surrounding businesses. If we're trying to encourage West Street to continue as a retail and a restaurant district, I'm not sure that giving vetoes to a resident next door or another neighboring business that's not involved in it would be the right decision. I believe that staff we take direction from council, obviously, but we would be, sympathetic to those businesses. But I'm not sure giving them a veto right is a great precedent to set when it's city-owned property. But that's just coming from my perspective and having dealt with this all summer as well.
Okay, Councillor Bodnar.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'll wait to hear what everybody else has to say. But I think if staff knows the feeling of council, and they can work things out, that's not a bad way to go. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the current motion is fine, with the exception that it doesn't have language to allow neighboring businesses to have a say in what's in front of their business. And Mr. Cotton, you and I will have to just disagree on this one. We see it from different places. I feel that if I put my sweat and blood into a business, I should have some control over what's sitting in front of me, and it shouldn't be another business. So that's just how I feel about it. I may be wrong-headed on that, but that's how I feel about it. I do believe that the entire motion makes good sense, just that I would like to see some language in there saying that an objecting business would have some kind of right in this. I don't want to just leave it to staff's discretion. I would like to see some language in there. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Help me out if I'm straying beyond the amendment here. But I sort of think that now that we've been through this year, Councillor Bagu's point was well taken about somebody being able to see out the front of their business. I think the issue of, the time involved in checking to see that I've gotten permission from the owner, not the tenant, can lead to problems or problematic and make it complicated. Just seems to me that I'm not so sure that I agree with up to 2 spots. If we kept this as simple as you have a business, you're the owner, you can mirror your business on the street for your patio, period. The business next door doesn't need to be contacted that there's going to be a patio next door to them, because everybody knows that the only kind of patio you can have is the width of the neighboring business. So you're not encroaching on it, and you're not causing people in some senses to negotiate who really are uncomfortable about negotiating, but don't want to say no. But at the end of the day, it affects them. If we want a clean, simple, understandable way to do it, why don't we just get to mirror what your own business is? Repainting parking spots is just an expense, and God knows what it does when business A moves out. I like the idea that can be used for bikes, or it's part of a spot, but I'm just for keeping it simple.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions on the amendment? Okay, just gonna have the clerk read it back so everybody knows what we're voting on here.
So the amendment on the floor is that the second paragraph be amended, so the policy be changed to include that pop-up patio can be allowed for up to 2 spots, but does not exceed the length of the storefront.
Okay, everybody understands that. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. The amendment is defeated. So we're back to the main motion. Any further questions on the main motion? Because I know some people had their hands up on the main motion. Okay, Councillor Bruno, your hand's still up. Is that?
No, I just was wondering if you could repeat that for us, Mr. Mayor, or the clerk.
The original motion?
Is that back on the floor now?
Now it's back, yeah. The motion that's in your package is back on the floor.
Sorry, I'll just switch screens back to see it. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions then, all those in favor of the motion that's on the floor, raise your hand. All those in favor? Opposed? So that motion is defeated. Councillor Bruno.
I'd like to put forward a straight motion that the patio space can mirror the building frontage of the owner. There is regard to sightlines, and I think that's it.
Okay. So you've actually voted down the whole report, Council.
We're on item 1.8.3 now, and we don't have a policy for the summer.
Yeah, so you've taken away 8.2, you've defeated that. They can bring a motion back on the floor, though. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. So the entire report was voted down, the policy. So to reconsider, someone can bring forward a motion to reconsider, which just requires a majority vote if it happens in the same meeting. And then you could put the motion back on the floor. I will say that the motion that Councillor Bruno just put forward seems very similar to the one that Councillor Clayle put forward already that was defeated.
Okay. Councillor Bruno.
I might tend to agree with the learned clerk in that I thought Councillor Clay's report talked about if the neighboring business agreed, we could do it. And my amendment is to just make it straightforward. Was it not, Donna? Sorry.
Okay, guys.
Mine was exactly
we're not
what you
gonna,
said,
We're not
but I
going to
just
read,
said
guys. We're not going to re-debate what you've already defeated. So, unless you want this back on the floor to have patios this summer, we need a reconsideration. I need a mover and a seconder, and then a vote on that. So I'm going to go to Councillor Wells and then Councillor Bagu. Councillor Wells first.
Mr. Mayor, I think, in all due respect to this, there's a lot of comments going on. I do respect, I think this should be referred back to staff to take the comments from tonight and come back at the next council meeting with a revised proposal.
Okay, I still need a mover to recommend that we bring this back on the floor. It has been defeated, so we need a reconsideration motion. Can you do that, Councillor Wells? To reconsider? Can I get that on the floor first?
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder to that? Councillor Bruno. So we have motion to reconsider item 8.2. Simple majority is needed. Any questions to the clerk on that? Seeing none. All in favor? Raise your hand. That's carried. So 8.2 is back on the floor. I'm going to go back to Councillor Wells and have him put his motion back on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make a motion that the report be referred back to staff to be returned with the considerations that were given tonight and come back to us at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Bruno. There is no debate. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Madam Clerk, you're set with that? Thank you. Okay, item 8.3. Short-term accommodations, recommendation that Planning and Development Department Report 2022-44 be received. That the manager of bylaw services be directed to establish an education campaign for renters, owners, and neighbors of short-term accommodations. The council supports the manager of bylaw services enforcing city bylaws by directly ticketing owners in accordance with the city's bylaw enforcement policy. That the city clerk be directed to bring forward a recommendation for licensing short-term accommodations that rent 2 or more units. I have Councillors Bruno and Wells moving that. I'm going to go to Councillor Bruno first.
Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to the Ward 4 councillors who I know put a lot of effort into this and it affects their area the most. So I'll circle back if you don't mind.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to this, directing comments to the Acting Director, Amber Lapointe. I have a recommendation that in regards to this, that there seems to be terminology that's being used that is not consistent with the city's OP and the comprehensive zoning bylaw. I think that we need to take a look at some of the definitions that were being used so that we can make them consistent with both the OP and the zoning bylaw. I would also like to say that based on the report that I saw, that there didn't seem to be a lot of information. It doesn't seem like we have a lot of data or any data related to the number of short-term rentals, to the complaints that are associated to the short-term rentals, to the ones that are the bad performers or to the ones that are good performers. And it also seems like we're taking some guesses and making some wild ass estimates in regards to the cost and staffing that would be assigned to this. So I'm asking, I would like to ask you, do we have staff capacity to establish a simple cost, low cost short-term rental registration program that we can operate, say for the first year, to grab enough data and put together enough data that we could utilize to identify the problems that we see and the appropriate solutions for that?
So for this, councillors, just so you know, we have our clerk, Ms. Lapointe, and Chief Lawson to speak to this. So I'll go to the clerk first.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll just start by saying that Chief Lawson is having a little bit of internet problems today, so if he doesn't come on for a few minutes, that is why. We don't have any staff capacity. I'll be very honest. The recommendation that we put forward, we wanted to put a recommendation forward that we could do that would be effective without increasing the budget. So we decided to use pool resources and budget from 3 different departments to give you that recommendation. So if you wanted to do your suggestion and remove some of the recommendations, we could accommodate something. But the reason why the staffing request was recommended is because there is very limited staff resources. In the summer, bylaw is currently overwhelmed, especially around the beach or the road ends. And licensing is very poorly funded in our municipality. We don't even license restaurants, so it's a very small portion of one position.
Councillor?
Thanks, Amber. I wasn't suggesting that we would put in a licensing program. I'm just suggesting something very simple, like a registration program, something that could be done from behind the website, if you will. I noticed on the website, a notice out to any of the short-term rentals that we know of, something that would go out that to the fact that we're looking for the owners and operators of short-term rentals to register with us so that we know that they're there, that we can establish, and then based upon that, we could establish a data bank to mine and come up with something for 2023.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, yes, we could put something on our website. We could even include it in an education campaign. I do think that we would get limited results. We would probably have more effective results by mining the websites, which we currently have done to get the estimate of approximately 100 short-term rentals.
Councillor?
Very good. I'll let Mr. Bodner, I know he's got some comments on, Councillor Bodner's got some comments on this as well, so I'll close myself down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Harry. So I guess I have some mixed feelings on this report, and I totally understand where staff are coming from on this. So I'm going to ask some questions, and then at the end, maybe make a statement depending on how it goes. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is, and this may be more to Scott if he's got his internet back up. I'm looking for, Mr. Lawson, I'm looking for what is actually the cost of the fine for somebody breaking the noise bylaw as it would pertain to short-term rentals?
Mr. Lawson?
Through the mayor to council, currently it's through the AMPS program, it's $201.
$201, okay.
Councillor Bodner, just 1 second. If Chief Lawson, if you want to turn your camera off, only because you do keep freezing, we'll probably hear you better, and then you won't have an opportunity to cut out, which is a good thing. Go ahead, Councillor Bodner.
Okay, thank you. So on that same vein, are we going to ticket, I believe we're going to ticket the owner as well as the people that are renting?
Chief
Can you
Lawson?
just confirm that?
So it's definitely very easy to do on the owner because we have a property that we put it against if they didn't pay. It may be a little bit more difficult. We can ticket the person renting, but it will be more difficult to get those funds.
Okay, so I think the owner's important because supposedly they're going to control what goes on there. Can we put in, what I'm worried about is, I don't want in this whole exercise to penalize and put a hardship on the good people that are doing this and have been doing short-term rentals for years, don't have a problem. They're pretty much invisible in some cases to their neighbors. But I really want to whack the bad guys. Can we escalate the fines for noise? The first time 200, the next time pick a number, 250, 300, so that somebody has to care and it just doesn't become the cost of doing business and you add another $50 to the rental, per night to cover the fine. Can we escalate it?
Chief Lawson?
Through the mayor to council. So under the AMPS program, and I guess we'd have to talk about the definition, but we can't be punitive in nature. And the second part is that, and it's right in the act, that we cannot exceed an amount reasonable required to promote compliance. So whatever number that is, but we cannot escalate as we go through. What we can do though is if that person, that homeowner, that renter isn't getting the message, we could actually go to a part 3 and take them through the court system. It's not the ideal system, but it would definitely get the message to that person. I would like to just talk to Councillor Wells' idea about the registry. While I'm not against it, I think somebody said that's going to keep the honest person honest. We're not worried about the honest people, right? We're worried about the people that are here for a buck and are renting it to whoever is willing to pay that buck.
Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again to Mr. Lawson. So I'm good with the fine idea, and I would assume that we would, if this goes through, instruct our bylaw people to be hard-ass when they go to a short-term rental with a noise problem and fine them. And I guess if that's council's direction, I would expect staff to do that. But our bylaw people do not always answer that complaint. After hours, the police do. Do we have the ability to influence the police to do our bidding in that same vein?
Chief Lawson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. What I would suggest is that if the police were to come out after hours, we can ticket off their report. I've done it multiple times with fire code infractions. The crew comes out, they've witnessed it. We can ticket on the police information. The biggest thing is that people have to call the police, get that report made, and then give us the heads up that that's happened. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, I don't know if people are living with it, but we aren't getting the calls to let us know that we have a problem that we can follow up on.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. So just now that you brought that up, and I'm glad to hear you say that. It's first I've heard that we could do that off a police report. That puts it back in our hands, I guess, as far as ticket or no ticket. So people don't report this sometimes because for some people, this is kind of new, right? This is these, either a short-term rental is sprung up on them, or the first instinct is to be a good neighbor and not really, create problems. But the other is the intimidation factor. And you'll certainly see in a letter, a delegate that sent a letter to us, that he mentions that, and I can tell you that I know that happens in my area because you have two 80-year-olds that live beside this, and there's 6 or 8 20-somethings that have rented this place, and they're kind of wandering around giving the eyeball to people that, might report something that they're doing. It's a tough go. I've even asked them to contact me and I'll make a complaint on their behalf, but they're still right there. So there is that intimidation factor. So I'll move on from that. The next thing was the occurrences listed in the report end at Labor Day. And I know of a few incidents that have happened in September. If it's a nice fall, a lot of these short-term rentals are rented right through and even into Thanksgiving and I know some at Christmas time too. These are fully winterized, beautiful places that people like to spend a few days at. So in future, if we are giving a report, can we do it for the whole, up until say Christmas time or something like that?
Chief Lawson?
And,
I'll let the chief
sorry.
answer that.
through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we can definitely look at it. Honestly, we kind of looked at that stats because we were looking at the people that might be causing the problems, those June, July, August renters, and then they're off to school and maybe not as much of an influence. So we can definitely take a deeper dive into some statistics.
Well, I can tell you there was 2 complaints on short-term rental in September that is very close to me. So can someone give me the definition of a multi-rental? We're looking at licensing. Is that separate buildings, or is it a building that's cut in half and there's 2 in there plus separate? Can someone define that if we've got it?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the definition would be laid out in the upcoming licensing bylaw, and it would be targeting more commercial endeavors. So those bed and breakfasts, but also those Airbnb type situations where they are listing properties, multiple units on their property, and it could be multiple buildings, but it could also be multiple bedrooms. So the idea is if you are renting and you are renting 1 other bedroom, that is fine, but if you're renting 2 other bedrooms and listing them separately, that is considered the more commercial avenue, and that we would be licensing it.
Okay, and just to make a statement from an email I got where they're experiencing short-term rentals problems in their area. And they're wondering why short-term rentals are being held to a lesser safety standard than, say, a motel or an inn of some kind when it comes to safety of the people renting it, fire and such. Have we given thought to that there, that maybe there's a safety aspect to some of this too?
Chief Lawson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, definitely it is a concern of ours. I can tell you that depending on how a building is rented, so if you just rent a single family home as an Airbnb and it's just you and your family, that's no different than if you walked into your own house. Our code is very lenient on that. It's where you get into multi-residential that really picks up some steam and gives us the power and puts a lot more safety aspects into a building.
Okay, fair enough. And certainly I think it's been covered in here too, but I'd just like to say that short-term rentals are not just cottages. A lot of them are substantial multi-million-dollar homes, and this is a business for some people. They don't even intend to live there. They're just trying to get as many rentals into this this place as they can. So just because I'm not sure where this is going to go and council's feelings on it, I've got a thought process, and I'm not going to make any recommendation, but what I would like not to hear is that this will be either referred back to staff right away. If there's another thought, if we keep this report and just picking up on Harry's concern that we really do need some more information to really make a decision maybe on licensing or something, but if we were to keep this report, because my fear is that if we do away with this report or send it back to staff, we're not going to have anything for this summer. And while I'm talking about that, Mr. Mayor, through you to the clerk, is that a possibility if too much is put on you that we won't have anything to go through this summer?
Madam Clerk?
A report of some kind.
Through the chair, yes, I suspect if this was referred back to staff with major changes needing to be done, that nothing would be implemented for the beginning of the summer. I will make a suggestion based on your comments, and that would be that a report come at the end of summer, but before the budget process begins, with a kind of follow-up result of the summer, and then council could think about a decision with a budget proposal going forward if necessary.
Okay, I think the clerk is reading my next sentence here, but anyways, yeah, so if now, and I'll let councilors have a shot at this because I'm not going to pull the trigger on it, but certainly if we do implement what's in here, certainly amendments can be made if somebody's got some amendments to be put forward, and evaluate before the next budget and see if we need to put dollars towards this to see if what we did make any difference at all, and certainly what we need to add if it didn't make a difference. So just my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. I'll shut up for now and let somebody else have a go at it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Bruno, then after him I have Councillor Clayliff on my list. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. To either the director or Chief Lawson, just from a baseline perspective, before I build my case for a hybrid plan, Councillor Bodner's and maybe licensing, is can someone define for me the difference between registration and licensing?
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Wells may need to clarify if I am wrong. I think his intention is just to see how many are actually out there because it is hard to determine. But an actual licensing regime would have a cost to it, as well as enforcement. It would have inspections, much more paperwork and rules in place.
Councillor?
So let me dissect that. At the end of the day, I register my car, but I get a license. And my license is I've got to obey all the rules of the road. So the rules of the road on short-term rentals is all the things we expect out of the owner of that building. So if he registers or relicenses, we send him a list of our expectations. And that probably should be posted in the unit for the renters. But ultimately, this is why I asked the difference, the owner is going to be made responsible. So when it comes to cost, so whether that is the online method of filling out a form like I do when I get my driver's license renewed, or it's this, I fill out the form and I send it into City Hall. Now remember, this is just owners. So we're now probably talking, we're not talking 100 units times 15 weeks written and all those renters. We're just talking the core owners. So I register or I fill out a license and I pay $10 or I pay nothing, up to council. Enforcement. So the enforcement, registration, or licensing is going to be the same. So that's either our bylaw officer, or as Chief Lawson has said, we file it after the police the next day, and we have the fine. So inspections, I can fill out a license. I agree that my tenants are going to abide by those rules. I'm the license holder, and I'm going to get inspected ad hocly, just like the fire department goes out and inspects for fire alarms. So the inspection, seems to me, doesn't have to be a precursor to the license. I get the license, these are the terms I'm going to fulfill, and I must obey them, and I'm going to have the potential of being spot checked. So I'm still down to the point of the cost concern. Registration, license, filled it out, rules in place, owner has them. Infraction, police or bylaw come out. I think the important thing there is if it's 3 a.m, that the owner somehow gets notified. This to me is a system all about the neighbor's protection. It's not about money in the form of a registration or licensing. It seems to me that what we've got here is what we're going to do to enforce it, which is, unless I'm hearing things wrong, something happens and the bylaw officer's on, they're going. It's after hours, the police are going. The fine is $201. That collects at least a decent amount of money. The owner's woke, for a procedural point of view, the owner's woken up if he's in Toronto or Timbuktu or owns the house next door, because he's the guy on the, we're not enforcing this, he's enforcing it. We've caught him and ticketed him and inconvenienced him by waking him up at 3 a.m. And hopefully he's going to have well-rounded tenants. And if that means it's 3 nights in a row, then that's $603 and he gets a phone call each time. That's something I think the neighbors could respect. It minimizes cost. So I'm wanting you to beat down that argument, either one of these, because I'm not so sure why it can't be simplified without all the escalation of costs we're talking about. The onus is on the people, like it's on you and I with the driver's license, to obey the preset rules that are set. And I see an analogy there to this, but smarter minds can maybe tell me different.
Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, I think I will need clarification from you, Councillor Bruno. I believe what we're suggesting is very similar or the same thing. The onus is on the neighbors to report, but we will give them a lot of education to be able to do that, to have that power, and then we will enforce it. You weren't thinking a licensing regime, is that correct?
Well, it's why, Amber, actually, I asked you the question on the two of them, because I'd rather do the cleaner one, but I'd obviously like ones with teeth in it. So I really am not well versed in what that difference was. That's why I started my question with that.
So our the biggest concern with licensing is that we will just be bogged down with paperwork with licensing all the good guys, should we say, and won't actually be able to capture the people who need to be licensed and won't be able to enforce licensing with them, and therefore won't have their details or results, be able to find them. We'll still be reverting back to the same suggestion, which is finding them through bylaw.
Councillor?
So if I could then, if in a registration or a filling out of a license form, is the same amount of receiving those, if it's 100 cottage owners and homeowners, it's still a document coming in, filled in, saying that I'm going to obey these rules. So where is the difference on the staff time? I'm just trying to understand that, from filling in a license form to filling in a registration form.
Madam Clerk?
I think that the difference would be that if we were requiring a registration, as Councillor Wells suggested, we would just be putting it out on social media and through education, just asking people to register their name and address and a little bit of information. But if we did licensing, we would require that all short-term rentals be licensed, and that portion of actively requiring them to be licensed, which would cause the biggest amount of work.
Councillor?
I'm sorry, I guess I'm still not following what, if I register, I fill in name, address and that, or if I fill out a license form and attached is the rules. I guess I thought that I thought what you were going to say was that licensing either gives you more teeth or protection, but I'm still not sure. It's not the same amount of paperwork by the applicant, and just at the staff end, it's receiving it and filing it. If there is no fee, but it's called a license versus a registration. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna quibble over if it's a license or registration. I want all the other stuff. The protection of the neighbor and the rules, and he's on the hook, and they get called at 3 a.m, and it's at least as somewhat as uncomfortable for them as it is for the poor neighbors. So if we want to make it registration, it doesn't matter to me, but I just see this as a way to not avoid some of these potential costs that you're talking about if we kept it simple again. So was there anything else on what I had said that can't happen without the addition of extra staff?
So just to clarify, Councillor, so what staff is telling you here is if you go to a registration, and Councillor Wells talked about this, it's voluntary. So using your number of 100 residents out there that are being rented out, 20 register, and that's it. Licensing, what staff is telling you in this report, is that you're going to have more staff to search websites like Airbnb and Vrbo and Travelocity and Cottage Rentals Ontario, and there's a myriad of them, to actually find every single one, and that every single one has to be licensed. And with that, I think what they're saying, if you do it that way, there may be more teeth for the municipality to stop a bad actor. That's the difference between registration and licensing. So one is voluntary, one is a very detailed, in-depth, year in, year out, going across every rental booking system you can find on the internet to find people in Port Colborne. And quite frankly, I've done some of this, and it's amazing where you find houses that are either renting out their basements or or a main floor, part of the main floor in their backyard, and where they're located. They're not all along the lake. There's a lot of places in neighborhoods that most people probably don't know that these are on Airbnb. And so that's the difference. So
I guess where I was going was on the teeth point of view. I see the teeth could be the same if you get caught. So if we register them, we didn't do, as you say, Mr. Mayor, have to do all the searches of Airbnb, but so a certain number will register. But if a certain number are found out, i.e. no search, right? It's 2 a.m, right? The police come, or bylaw comes, and it's found to be that they're a rental. Could they certainly be added to the list of registers?
Madam Clerk?
So what the mayor, through the chair, what the mayor did say was correct. The licensing regime would have teeth, and the register list would not. It would just be a list of people who are willing to register, or maybe names we know because they're repeat offenders, but they wouldn't have any ability for us to ticket or have any teeth to them. And in addition to, it's fine.
Councillor?
Well, if they're registered and they're bylaw infractions, they can still be ticketed, right?
Madam Clerk?
If they have a bylaw infraction, it doesn't matter if they're on a register or a licensing scheme regime or anything, we would ticket them in the same way we would normally ticket them. This report is suggesting that whereas bylaws should always be doing education first, we would be actively doing the education up front in a very extreme way, so that way when it came to the bylaw infraction, we would be able to ticket them instantly.
Councillor?
Right, which would be the owner, correct?
Yes, we would be ticking the owner, and we would be actively doing it 3 nights in a row if that's necessary, if that's what it took.
I haven't heard the definition of why licensing is more teeth, but I'm not going to belabor this. I'd just like to get on with this year registering and having no cost at this point of view. Enforcement has been stated. And as far as inspection, I guess last question, if I register, will I still be given a set of rules, the owner? it should be complied for. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk, so will they be included in the education program?
Yes, everyone will be treated equally. We will be targeting 3 different sets, the renters, the owners, and the neighbors. So that way everyone knows what to do depending on what their interests are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I have Councillor Clayliff on my list next. Councillor Clayliff, did you have any questions?
No, they've been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I've got Councillor Bagu, then Councillor Wells. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. The city of Welland just put together a B&B bylaw, and I just read through it, and it was a licensing, I think, and it was progressive discipline. If you have so many noise complaints within 1 year, basically you lost your license. You can't rent out your B&B anymore for a certain amount of time. And you can do this education thing all you want. Everybody knows you're not supposed to yell and scream at 3 o'clock in the morning and run around drunk, on the neighbor's yard. So to me, education is not the way to go. I prefer licensing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I hope you didn't learn that from experience, Councillor, when you were younger. Councillor Wells.
I would just like to make a clarification on when I refer to registration. I refer to that because it's a simple registration. It's not where there's a reciprocal reaction where the owner is given a license. He's not given a lot of. There's no two-way street on that. It's more or less the owner puts it in, we accept it. That goes into a database. Throughout the year, what we do is we monitor that database. Somebody makes registers a complaint against them, then that goes into the database. If they're not registered, then they get added to the list, but they get added to the list as a bad player because they haven't registered. So we build the data back so that we could utilize to actually build the short-term rental system that we need. One that identifies the appropriate number of staffing, the appropriate, the business that we need behind it. It's more of a simple one-way, just get the information, then we can play with that information and create it. This proposal that we have in front of us isn't proposing any new bylaws. It's not proposing any new teeth. Even if we make a licensing, if we make the license, then we're going to have to create to create more teeth to it, we're going to have to create more bylaws that are associated to that so that we can enforce those bylaws. So at this point in time, I think we just need to grab some more information. I think we need to begin, as Councillor Bagu said, begin that progressive steps to lead us to where we are in a position to be able to create the bylaws, create the system, and really manage the short-term rentals.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that a motion? Would you like to do you want to move an amendment that we add a registration on this where it is voluntary, and as we get knowledge of these rentals, we can put those on the list and obviously have a naughty and nice list as what you basically spoke about? Can I take that as an amendment to this?
Sure, I'd be great for that.
Councillor Bodner, would you second that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, because I took something you said earlier with regards to that is not very labor intensive, where we try to get education out, which we want to do anyways, try to get everybody that does do short-term rentals to let us know who they are, and then we can move on from there. So do we need any more to their amendment just so we can get this right?
No, I think this is very much within staff's resources ability at the moment, and especially because we would be doing an education campaign, we'd be targeting the owners to register.
Okay. Questions on the amendment? Okay. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that's carried. So now back to the motion as amended. And again, we know staff's going to bring this back after the summer period for another go-around, prior to budget. I think staff can take direction on that. Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, yes, but if you'd like to make it an amendment, I would be fine with that as well.
Okay, I'm going to have Councillors Bodner and Wells move that staff come back with a year-end report in September with regards to this report in case any amendments want to be added at that time. Is that all right, councillors? Councillor Bodner, is there anything to add to that?
Does that get us in before budget time?
Brian, Mr. Bowles, if the clerk brings us back, the clerk's office brings us back in September, we're okay to get stuff into you for budget?
Through the mayor to council, we can make it work this year because it's an election year, but staff are still being asked to complete their budgets in the August time period, so we can have a chance as a city to go through them and have them prepared for you to give to you in October. But because it is an election year and we won't be making final decisions until January, we can definitely accommodate it this year.
Okay, is that all right, Councillor Bodner?
Yes, can I make another comment before we vote on that?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you. So I don't want to be misconstrued that I'm entirely happy with this report, if I haven't made that explicitly clear, but I want to use it this summer, and just like everybody said, gather all the information we can get. There's an example of a community that I often look to as Fort Erie, where it has a point system. You get, and sorry, I forget the number of points, you get 20 points. Every time you get an infraction against the short-term rental like noise or something, you lose 2 points or whatever, it's graduated. When you lose your points, you lose your license. That gets people's attention. Absolutely it does. So, because the reason these people are doing it is to, is to make some money, and God bless them, that's okay too. But anyways, I think if we use what we got right now for this summer while we enhance it and certainly give bylaw staff our opinion on how we want them to operate with this. I think it's the best we got for this summer, and I don't want to lose the little we got in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further comments on the amendment to bring us back prior to budget? Seeing none, all in favor of that amendment, raise your hand, and that's carried. So we're back to the main motion. Any further questions on the main motion as the two amendments have been made? I do have a couple questions through to Chief Lawson. Chief Lawson, with regards to the noise complaints, you had 21 in 21 and 24 in 2020, and in 2019 you had 15. We would have that information with regards to if those are pretty much a very small number of the same places. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I'd have to take a look. A lot of those noise complaints may have come from NRP, but we can definitely go through our files and see if there's a frequent flyer in that bunch.
Yeah, because I would assume there is. And just in reading through the report, I think they used, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 28 days was used as a short-term rental. Was it 28 days?
Yes, that's correct.
I do rent. I've rented in Muskoka for a number of years, cottages up there. I've rented locally cottages, always either for a week or 2 weeks. I don't consider those, quite frankly, I know that it's a short time of period, but short term. To me, these short-term issues come with the people that walk in on a Thursday or a Friday and they leave Sunday afternoon. To me, I'd love to know, Mr. Lawson, if we can even find that out, if we can get it down to the number of days, because I know a lot of cottage renters. I do a lot of rental or cottage insurance across Lake Erie, and very few of them rent for weekends. They don't like it because of the issues we've seen. But again, I know Councillor Bodner brought this up. There's those that are there to make as much cash as they can, and that's probably one of their easiest ways to make a lot of money on a lot of dollars per night. I know one cottage colony that's been around for over 100 years in Port Colborne, and they are long-term renters, and I mean that where the same families have been coming back for 100 years. There's been families that the same families, their grandfathers, their great-grandfathers, and their families, and I don't know any issues that we've ever heard of, or I've ever heard of, through that particular area. So we do have, as Councillor Bodner rightly said, majority, and I bet you it's probably 98%, if not higher, that are great operators that look after their properties, don't put up with the BS. Except now you're getting the people that are coming in, they don't give a crap. I'll use that language, sorry, but I am. They're out of town ownerships, and all they are there is it's their slot machine for the summer to rent them out. So, but those are far and few between, and I think if we get a real handle on those, and I think what this does is it starts us on that road, and allows our staff to work over the summer and come back with some really detailed information for council to put those teeth in. I apologize I didn't get to speak to my good friend Mayor Redekop on how his is going, because I think they've had it in for Ron, 1 year now? I think it's been 1 year, one full summer, or maybe even 2 now. I think they tweaked it after their first year. So, but I think it'll allow us to kind of piggyback on what they're doing and the issues they're having with that with their bylaw, and we can learn off that. So I'll support this, but I do agree with both ward councillors that, you know, bringing this back and allowing us to bring more amendments to it as we move on, I think is a good thing for this council. So appreciate what everybody said. Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In anticipation of this passing, staff will be putting out some information. And I know it seems kind of, it's not needed, you know, people should know and everything. And that is very true. But what will be helpful is to the neighbors, because in their whole life, the neighbor may have never put in a noise complaint. They don't even know who to call after hours. They don't know, you know, this is a big deal to them. But if they had something in front of them that either encouraged them to do it or you know, gave them some comfort level on doing it, for whatever reason, whether it's a big bonfire next door or noise or whatever it might be, I think that'd be very helpful. And I'd encourage council to maybe make a couple of suggestions if they've got it. What could go in some of this printed material? I know I've got a number of things that could go in it, and I think it'd just be helpful for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. And just another question through to Chief Lawson. Chief Lawson, with this education that we're going to go out with through you in the clerk's office, because you look after bylaws now, and we have actual bylaw officers, are our firemen registered now or sworn as bylaw officers, so that after hours when normal bylaw is not there, our firemen can actually lay a charge? Has that happened yet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, no, it has not. They have not been sworn.
Okay, are we looking to do that?
Mr. Mayor, we haven't at this time had that discussion. I guess that's something maybe I can talk to the CAO about on Friday.
Okay, because I know it was discussed at one time. I didn't know how far it went, but that was through the former fire chief. So, okay, I'll leave it at that, because then we'll just make sure we have the NRP number on that education as well as our day number, and go from there. So anyways, councillors, seeing no further questions, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.4. We do have the applicants here, the applicant and his agent here, Glenn Wellings and Wes Visser. The recommendation report for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments at 335 Wellington Street, file number D09-05-21 and D14-17-21. And the recommendation is that Planning and Development Report 2022-36 be received, that the official plan amendment attached as Appendix A to Planning and Development Report 2022-36 be approved, that the zoning bylaw amendment attached as Appendix B to Planning and Development Report 2022-36 be approved, and that planning staff be directed to circulate the notice of adoption and passing in accordance with the Planning Act. I have Councillor Wells, if I could have him move that, and if Councillor Danch can second that, I'd appreciate it. So it's on the floor, and I'll go to Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to make it brief since we're getting kind of close to that 11 o'clock time. Both the Public Health and the Canadian Pediatric Society have come forward with research that shows that the proximity to a cannabis retail outlet does have a health effect on youth serving facilities, on the youth that attend those facilities, and it creates a normalization or an increase of substance use by them. And both these noted society and units have made this claim. And they also go by the position that they would prohibit the location of such things as elementary schools, middle schools, licensed child care centers, community centers, residential neighborhoods and youth facilities by prohibiting the location of a cannabis store in close proximity to them. So I was wondering if a question to Mr. Schultz, please, through you. Was any public health or anyone with health credentials consulted on this as to the potential health impacts?
Mr. Schultz?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wells, no, the public health isn't a required circulation agency under the Planning Act for land use planning matters. I am aware of your concerns like that regarding the health and location near sensitive land uses. When stores go through for their approval with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, they do have separation distances for things like that, such as schools, which are legislated and put in place to keep them further away from those locations.
Councillor?
Thank you, David. But we're dealing with health issues here, not planning issues that have to be considered. So safety and health for our youth is priority. And sometimes we have to go a little bit beyond planning on that. So, okay, I thank you for your response. In continuing, if we look at page 6 in the justification report with regards to the provincial policy statement, the report actually states one of the foundational principles of the PPS is ensuring the health and safety of residents, and that land use must be carefully managed to accommodate appropriate development to avoid risk to public health and safety. So the PPS is actually, to be consistent with it, states that we need to make planning decisions to promote the public health and safety. And when we, back in January of 2019, as a council, unanimously approved the report to opt in and allow cannabis facility retail stores to be set up in Port Colborne. We sent a resolution to the Premier, to the Ontario Attorney General, Honorable Carolyn Mulrooney, the Minister of Finance, and the Honorable Victor Fedeli, making a commitment to the policy that we created. And we created that. And when we did that, there were other communities that did that as well. There was a number of them: Brant, Niagara Falls, Windsor, Zora, Tillsonburg, I could go on and name you all, quite a few of those that almost created the exact same policy that we did. That in those policies, they identify the sensitive uses. They identify that in the justification report on page 11 actually goes into and identifies them as well. If we look at Schedule 3, David, on the property in the justification report, if we look down at the bottom of the right-hand bottom of that schedule, there's a chunk of property that's down there that's within the 150-meter radius. Is that not the Valet Health and Wellness Center?
Through you, to Councillor Wells, I believe so, yes. That is one of the baseball diamonds. I believe the applicant touched on this in his report as well, but the separation distances are they're not part of the AGCO licensing. However, I know you still mentioned that it is a, I guess, direction from public health to ensure that these locations are separated from these areas. The Valet Health and Wellness Center and the baseball diamond referred to here is separated from the neighboring properties from the store that's proposed here. So if you're looking at a straight distance, sure, it is within that 150 buffer, but there is no access to that property from the Valet Health and Wellness Center or the surrounding fields.
I agree with you that there is no connection there, direct connection, but are you familiar with the ruling by the Superior Court of Canada in regards to the sightline distances being a straight line regardless of the number of properties or distance that is around? It's I was just wondering if you are aware of that, because the Superior Court does not take into consideration direct sight to a property or contact with the property. It's referred to as the wolf walks or as the crow flies. And they view it as the crow flies, regardless of how many properties that goes across. If it's within the buffer distance, then it's designated a out of compliance with the AGCO. And I know that the AGCO is the licensing party and they have the authority for that, but I'm referring to our consistency with the PS, our consistency with protecting the youth, protecting the health of the public with regard to this. And I just, the distance, actual straight line distance, Dave, do you know what?
I remember in front of me.
Okay.
But to just touch on your comments there, the AGCO requirement is for the distance to schools, which is legislated in their regulation. The planning side of it, and this is said straight from the AGCO website, that cannabis retail stores are permitted in retail in zoning and official plan areas that permit retail stores in general, not just cannabis uses. So through this amendment, sure, it is being defined and clarified that it is a cannabis retail store. However, the use as a whole is a retail use at the root of it. So that is what the city is approving here. We're not necessarily, the city isn't approving a license here. That is the responsibility of the AGCO. We're approving the land use and allowing a specific retail use on this site.
Councillor?
I appreciate that, David, but we have reputable health associations identifying health issues. We have the provincial policy statement that we are compelled and obligated as a city to comply with their requirement to protect the public and the safety of and health and safety of the public. This location is identified within our policy parameters in exceedance of the buffers such that it could create a potential hazard. In keeping with the Education Act, we created a policy back in 2019 that identified what we as a city as deemed to be considered protection for the public and the youth. And I'll be honest with you, I can't see how we can claim that this proposal is consistent with the PPS, and there are no sensitive uses within the 150 meter buffer, and how this proposal is consistent with the city's cannabis retail store policy and ensures public health and safety and protects our youth. So my last position on this is that I stand with our council's January 14th, 2019 decision and the policy that we created unanimously and adopted, and cannot hypocritically approve this report. I think it's my position that we need to respond back to the AGCO that we are standing with our policy, that the sensitive land uses that we identified are within the 150 meter buffer, and that it should be acknowledged. And if AGCO at that point in time decide that licensing should be permitted, then that's AGCO's cross to bear.
Okay, you're all set, Councillor?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to David. David, we have now 4 retail cannabis operations in town. Is that correct?
Yeah.
This would make number 5?
This would make number 4, I believe.
Oh, sorry, this would make number 4. So we have 3. This would make number 4. All right. And are of the other 3, are any of them within the regulated distance from schools?
I would say that some of them may be.
Yeah.
I will just touch on that because I think it needs to be clear that the municipality is not circulated on AGCO applications. So we are not even aware when an application comes in to be able to provide these comments. The policy that was put in place in 2019 was put in place in a time where there was a lot of speculation on where these would end up. Would they be downloaded to the municipalities to regulate? So the guiding, I guess, recommendation at the time was to put that policy in place in the event that it does become downloaded to municipalities and we have to respond to them. So having said that, that was sent to the Premier's office for review. And I think the identification of these other sensitive uses is good because it allows the province to see that there's other uses in this that aren't just schools that are protected under the actual regulation. So I don't know if this would be the best avenue to discuss this and try to address this in a further sense. I think that if there are significant health concerns, that they should be addressed with the province that is the regulating authority, and ensuring that these applications aren't close to these areas, because obviously they're not seeking comments from the city when approving these.
Councillor, just 1 minute. Councillor Desmarais. If I could have Councillors Kalaleff and Bagu move that we waive procedure bylaw and be able to go past 11 o'clock to finish our meeting. Is that okay, you 2 councillors, to put that on the floor? Councillor Bagu, or Councillor Kalaleff, Councillor Bagu, okay. I'm going to take a vote on that. All in favor to go past 11, please raise your hand. And that's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Desmarais.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, through you, thank you for that reply, David. It's important to understand that the existing operations are actually within the regulated areas from schools and sports fields, sports facilities. So we already have an issue. There's a problem already. Another problem here is that I understand that in this particular situation, this is it's highway commercial, correct? That that allows for a brew pub, and I don't know that we can find a lot of ways to draw huge differences between alcohol and cannabis. So we have another issue there as well. So I don't know. As much as I completely agree with where Councillor Wells is going with this, completely agree. I think that we as city need to tackle this maybe on another front. But as for this application today, I don't find it. I just don't find opposing it really defensible, and that's the problem. But I definitely do believe that we should be taking it up with the province, because the notification, the fact that there is a lack of notification is a big deal. And we need to be addressing that. Maybe a separate matter, but I still think we need to be doing that. But that's all I wanted to say on it, was to make the point that, you know, we have a problem that already exists, and that we've either turned a blind eye to or not challenged when we saw that it happened. So until we choose to do something about it, I think we're in a little bit of a between a rock and a hard place. But I thank you for that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions to staff on this? Comments? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Item 8.5 is RFP for Affordable Housing Strategy, and the recommendation is that Chief Administrative Office Report 2022-30 be received for information. Councillor Clayliff and Councillor Desmarais, if you could move that. Councillor Clayliff.
I just have, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure who to address this to, so I'll just put out there. I'm just wondering, when we talk about affordable housing strategy, and I know we were looking at having this looked at as to where we should be doing what in Port Colborne and all the rest of it, hiring a consulting company. Things have changed so drastically in this past year or so, and I'm just thinking, is this something that we basically have a lot of the answers to? We've started to build affordable housing. There's a lot of new building starts. I'm just wondering, do we still need to do this piece of it, or has it already been done for us in some instances with planning? I just want a little bit of clarity on is it something that we still require to spend this kind of money on, or is there something that we could put that money to better use if we're looking at low income versus affordable? Or are we looking at both here? I just wasn't sure.
Mr. Long?
You mute.
His mute's off. We can't hear you, Gary.
Might maybe take a try at it. Please, want me to go?
I'll throw the CAO in, Gary, if you can see if you can get yours fixed. Mr. CAO?
Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Clayliff, I will try to answer on behalf of Gary Long if he gets his, I hope I know enough to answer. If he gets his microphone working, he can come in here. Affordable housing does continue to be a problem in all of Niagara. In fact, I think somebody told me at a meeting a month ago there was a grand total of 2 apartments for rent, 1-bedroom apartments for rent in all of Port Colborne. There's a shortage of rental stock. There's a shortage of housing stock. And we've seen prices go up. They're still going up. Some pretty interesting stories of sales in the last few weeks. We know that one of the problems with affordability is housing mix, or the diversity of the housing stock that's coming on stream. There's a lot of, Westwood and Meadow Heights type subdivisions coming on stream, but there's not a lot of single floor living for people who are maybe in the older stages of life or have accessibility needs. There's not a lot of I don't know what the word is, like more intensive. Yeah, reduced square footage, smaller homes, more dense housing needs. And so what the housing study is intended to do is to bring on policies on stream in the city that will incentivize a developer when they're doing a development to have a good mix of housing. So whether that's stacked townhomes in addition to 2,000 square foot, bungalows or 2 stories, so that there's a way that affordability is sort of achieved through policy development and incentivizing. So I'm not sure if Gary wants to add anything to that, if we got his issue worked.
Can we hear you now, Gary?
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go. We can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. No, I would never counter what the CAO says, so I support his comments. I think, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
Sorry for that, and I do appreciate the technical assistance from our clerk. I think back to the councilor's question, I think it's more important than ever that we move forward with this consultancy and this particular project. There's a lot of data in Niagara, as well as specific to Port Colborne, that is about affordable housing and the lack thereof. But I think the councillor alluded to the fact that things are happening and changing so quickly that we need someone who is working on these types of projects on a daily basis to be part of what's going on at Port Colborne, to come in and look at it from a different angle and provide some sort of best practices in terms of, good public policy, financial incentives, other programs, maybe some land use planning policy changes. So we need someone who's really at the forefront of what's going on in Canada with respect to affordable housing. And this firm, like all the other firms, are engaged, and they're doing this every day, trying to respond to the latest. So it's our recommendation that we move forward with this project, and hopefully we have council support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. That makes me understand a little bit more, because like you said, things are changing so quickly. I'm beginning to think, what is affordable anymore? Because affordability at one time, I think it was talking with Councillor Baggy, we were talking about, I think it was 30% of your income. Things are changing so quickly that, and I know we're going to more multi-generational housing, kids are staying at home, all the things that are happening so quickly. But if that's the kind of research that's going to go into this, then I agree that we do need something like that, because I think we're getting away probably even from that affordable housing in the true sense of the word of individual housing. We're looking at, like I said, I'm amazed at the number of people who are actually renovating and having family members and different ones move in with them, because that's what's affordable now, to have your kids move in and have apartments and do different things. So yeah, then I do understand it much better, what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baggio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you, Mr. Long, for that explanation. One question I do have, does the city have a policy where there's a subdivision being built that's the developer has to put in some affordable housing? Like, I don't know, like, say Westwood Estates or the new one, is it part of the Port Colborne's planning already to have some sort of special housing, not special, but affordable housing, I guess I'll put it.
Mr. Schultz?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Baggio. There were some amendments in the last few years to the Planning Act that do allow for, it's called inclusionary zoning, which requires, for example, for a higher density apartment building or condo building, that a percentage of them are required to be considered affordable rental units. At this stage in the game, currently those are only implemented around major transit stations, such as the GO stations on the northern shore of the region. So there aren't any planning tools at our disposal, at least currently, that require affordable housing to be implemented in in new subdivisions or new builds in Port Colborne. There are some regional incentives that help promote these affordable housing in the region, but nothing that requires a developer to do it.
Councillor?
Thank you very much for the clarification. I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm really pleased that this has finally come in front of us. This was a motion that was near and dear to me, and I believe I made this motion in 2018 to get a housing strategy put together. And the first order of business in that would be to define affordable housing, because there are several definitions, and one was actually, Councillor Clayliff mentioned one of them, the 30% of income, but that's more used in social housing than it is in affordable housing. So we need to look at all housing, and I will say that going over the RFP, it probably didn't do all the things that I had hoped in the beginning, but it's a great start, and we have to start. We really do. It's been this many years just getting to the point where we have something in front of us. So we do have to start. It's a good place to do it. I really would like to see that first order of business to be define affordable, because if we're talking regularly, all the developers think affordable is 80% of the market rate. Well, where does that take you today? That's a very scary thing, so we really need to look at that. But I do, I applaud the city and our planning department, our building department for the work that they have done in being creative about, allowing in-law suites and this sort of thing, and looking at things like laneway housing, developing our city in ways that will accommodate more people. I absolutely do applaud them on that. And David and I did speak about inclusionary zoning a little while back, and hopefully that may be a part of this strategy. It may be a way to get us on board with that as well. But I do believe the future will be brighter with this strategy put in place. But I do hope that it will go a little farther than it does and address those falling out at the bottom of the picture, because where our unhoused and underhoused numbers are getting larger by day. And they're the ones who won't be addressed by affordable housing. So we need to be looking at that as well. So like I say, I'm hopeful that this will be going forward, and I tend to support it fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions from Council, just through to Mr. Long or Mr. Higginbotham, will the contractor speak with councillors just so we can give them ideas for those that want to talk to the successful contractor? We can arrange that, Gary?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll make sure that the consultant, as part of his public engagement and stakeholder engagement strategy, that he includes the mayor, members of council, key staff, and obviously folks in the community as well. But yeah, absolutely, we are expecting a comprehensive public engagement plan. We also will need him and his colleagues to reach out to key individuals, including elected officials.
Great, thank you. And just to tell council, this staff, and if I'm included in these meetings, which are most meetings when we do our roundtable with developers, one of the first things we bring up on the housing side of things is the affordable component. We know it's not mandated, and we're going to make changes after this consultant comes back to us, but that is something that we discuss with all our developers, and one in particular that's trying to get it in the ground ASAP has guaranteed us that he will put some affordable units in his apartment units that are in that development. So it's something that, even though it's not quite etched in our books yet, it is something that this staff brings forward from the planning side to our developers when they're coming in to talk to us. So I do appreciate staff taking that approach right away. So we thank them for that. So seeing no further questions, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried. Thank you. Item 8.8, I asked for that to be pulled. It's the Administrative Municipal Penalty System, AMPS, sharing of hearing officer revised, and the recommendation is that Community Safety and Enforcement Department Report 2022-43 be received, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the administrative Administrative Municipal Penalty System Shared Service Agreement for the Appeal Hearing Officer attached as Appendix A to Community Safety and Enforcement Department Report 2022-43, and that a bylaw to enter into an Administrative Municipal Penalty System Shared Service Agreement with the Town of Pelham, the Town of Grimsby, the Town of Lincoln, the City of Niagara Falls, the Town of Niagara Lake, the City of St. Catharines, the City of Thorold, the Township of Waynflete, and the Township of West Lincoln be brought forward. If I could have Councillors Bodner and Bruno move that, if that's okay with those two, great. The reason why I brought this forward, Council, is more for the public's information and the fact that this council and staff have taken a hard stance on partnerships amongst Niagara region municipalities as well as the region itself, and bringing this forward. And you can see the number of municipalities that have come on board with this on sharing the officer here, as opposed to us all having an officer trying to do this where, you know, if we have one or two a year, you know, we're paying somebody to do this. So I think this bodes well to what staff direction has been given by this council, and they've taken the bull by the horns and gone out and got this agreement written up by all these municipalities. And I do thank the mayors, the councillors and staff in those municipalities for putting their noses to the grindstone and getting this hashed out and getting it to our table as well as their table. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Any further questions on this? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. On to correspondence items. Item 9.1 is being pulled. And it's a memorandum from the Social Determinants of Health Advisory Committee, Everyone Matters. At the February 3rd, 2022 meeting of the Social Determinants of Health Advisory Committee, Everyone Matters, the following motion was passed. Moved by L. Kleinsmith, seconded by B. Steele, that the Social Determinants of Health Advisory Committee, Everyone Matters, request the City of Port Colborne Council send a letter to the province asking them to support the early learning and child care plan, whereby the province would enter into an agreement with the federal government to implement this plan, and that the letter be circulated to all Niagara municipalities for support. That was carried at that meeting, Council. So with that, I'm going to ask Councillors Desmarais and Beauregard to move that we proceed with that as a municipality, if that's okay. And I have Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let council know that we brought this forward at the Social Determinants of Health Committee meeting as part of a discussion about, you know, the things that are holding people back from getting ahead and providing for their families and getting out there and being able to work. And certainly daycare is probably the largest single issue that they face. So moving it ahead, giving the province a little nudge to say, get on with it. We need to have daycare that is affordable and is safe and is licensed. So that's the full crust. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Any further questions to this? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried unanimously. Item 9.2. Item 9.2 is Health Canada response to a letter that we sent, and this is from the Honourable Patty Haydu, former Minister of Health, concerning the City of Port Colborne's resolution regarding cannabis production sites. And she's been asked to reply directly. They apologize for delay in responding. So this is the letter that was sent back to us. And I'll let Councillor Wells and Councillor Kalaleff move this, and I'll go to Councillor Wells. He was the only one that asked for this to come forward. So Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason I brought it forward was that you could see how, so the public understood, the citizens of Port Colborne that were concerned about the pop-up of cannabis grow ops, especially in Ward 4, that we are out on our own, and so are the police departments out on their own, and that it's an indication that Health Canada is not willing to support the needs of the municipalities or the local police departments in managing the pop-ups of the medical grow-ops that we've experienced. Again, I just wanted the public to see that we're in this fight on our own without the backup and support of Health Canada, which is kind of ironic, seeing that they're supposed to be out there protecting the health and safety of the public.
Councillor, you said it a lot nicer than I would have, because when I read this letter, and I was going to bring in the deputy mayor tonight because I laughed so hard, it did not answer our questions. And quite frankly, it was a lot of fluff from the minister. I'm very disappointed. This will be coming forward. Our executive director at the Niagara Police Services Board has been talking to our Zone 4. This is actually coming up to a Zone 4 meeting in the next month or so, and by another force, so they may have gotten the same letter. But I'm totally disappointed. I will be bringing this up to MP Badaway, and how disappointed I am in the fact that all they're saying is, you know, we're giving the license and to heck with you, but they should be following your rules. Well, that's fine and dandy to say when once you gave them a license. They're already setting up, not even contacting the city in a lot of cases, which we outlined in our letters, as well as other municipalities across this province, and I'm sure across Canada, that are disappointed. So I will be taking this a little bit further to our MP and bringing it up at our police services meeting to see how much further we can take this, because again, I just can't believe this is the answer they gave us, and not saying, hey, let's try to help you, or force the organizations that are running these grow-ops to abide by our rules before they're even given a license. It should be coming to us first, getting our approvals that it fits, it's within the setbacks and everything else that goes along with our building and fire and building inspection department, and then they can go to the federal government and get a license. So I 100% agree with you, Councillor Wells. But anyways, I'll leave it at that. I'm going to go to Councillor Clayliff and Councillor Bodner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. I agree with you about the letter, but again, I just spoke about as well the cannabis, where the sales of cannabis. We had no say in where that goes. We have no say on the regulations around it. I have to say, I've never agreed with any of the cannabis, and I say that very loudly and clearly as a medical person. I believe 110% in cannabis for medical reasons, absolutely. I've seen the good things that it does for people and the relief they feel from it. I'm not a believer in recreational cannabis. I've also seen kids that suffer from the time they start with cannabis for their whole lives because of it. Anyway, I just find it ironic that we've just voted on something and said, well, we can sell it over here, but we're so worried about growing it. It seems ironic or hypocritical that we go with both sides of the coin. Just comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just opened the bottom drawer of my desk here and I have a file on this cannabis and marijuana, and the letters dating years back are pretty much the same. So it is very disappointing that nothing's changed ever since we started requesting some help on this. So good luck on your endeavor, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We're trying, and a number of other municipalities, especially in Norfolk County, are really pressing this. So let's hope it can move forward. All we're asking is for a little bit more teeth. We're not asking for the world here, but just that we work in conjunction as opposed to not in conjunction, where things happen before we even know about it. So that's all we're asking the federal government on this. Just put a little bit more teeth into this. Anyways, so it's a motion to receive. Any more questions? All in favor to receive, please raise your hand. That's carried. Thank you, Council. Item 9.5, again, this is something that I asked to be brought forward. This is a letter from the Corporation of the Township of Perth South regarding catch and release justice. At their regular meeting of the Township of Perth South Council held February 1st, 2022, the following resolution was passed. The Council accepts the Community Policing Advisory Committee recommendation that they support the City of Sarnia resolution regarding catch and release justice with the inclusion of the recommendation provided by the Stratford Police Services in the report dated January 19, 2022. If I could ask Councillors Bagu and Desmarais to move a referral motion that we refer this back to staff to send this off to the Niagara Regional Police Chief McCullough, as well as the Niagara Regional Police Services Board, which I chair, for further information with regards to this. I did have a conversation over the weekend with the chief, and I went through it with him, and he asked that he would like to see Port Colborne support doing this, referring it so we can get more information, and that the clerk's office bring this letter back at their earliest convenience. Madam Clerk, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Really, there's no questions on a referral, but we'll have more questions coming forward when we get more information from the NRP. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, the mover and seconder are fine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried, thank you. Okay, consideration is done. Are there any, there's no motions this evening. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Okay, seeing none. We have minutes and boards and committees. I'm going to do these in block. We have items 19.1, the Social Determinants of Health Advisory Committee, 19.2, the Port Colborne Public Library Board minutes, and 19.3, the Grant Policy Committee minutes. If I could have Councillors Wells and Beauregard move those. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. We have bylaws this evening. I'm going to have Councillors Bodner and Bagu move a bylaws 20.1, 20.2, 20.3, 20.4, 20.5, and 20.6. Any questions on any of those bylaws? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Confidential items, we will be going to confidential in camera tonight. I have moved by Councillors Wells and Bruno that the council do now proceed into closed session in order to address the following matters. 21.1, the minutes of the closed session portion of the February 8th, 2022 council meeting, and 21.2, Chief Administrative Office Report 2022-39 concerning a Merkel Road property pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, subsection 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried. So we will not be coming back to the WeeStream after we come out of in camera. Madam Clerk? 11:30, if everybody can go back into their Zoom for the in-camera meeting. We thank everybody for watching this evening. And again, any questions that you may have, please call your local councillor, call the mayor's office, or call City Hall and talk to one of our customer service reps who could probably get it fixed very quickly through their connections with our other staff. Please enjoy the rest of the week and please stay safe. Thank you.